Aloha, everyone. Let me know if you can hear me and this is all working properly, as we must do during a live stream. So if you're seeing the recording of this, please watch the replay of the live chat of all the beings who were able to be here and participate in this particular workshop. And if you're here live, please let me know. Please make your words known to me so we can continue creating a really nice container. It helps. So thank you so much. So I am more organized this month. I'm going to right now tell you the plan. So let's get into the plan. I plan to give you an introduction, an intention, a disclaimer. We're going to do an activity. We're going to get a guest speaker or a guest message from literally some dead people. And then I'm going to go into some lecturing about the topic of protection. So that is the plan. And everybody can hear me. Thank you so much. Welcome in. You're allowed to please share this stream today. Happy Sunday. It is Sunday, February 18th, 2024, as we're making this recording. The theme is protection. And this is the same theme that we did last February. And so we're going to be building upon that, as well as our theme from January, which was sexual energies. So we're building upon now the sexual energies theme with the theme of protection, with these special guests that I have now recently recovered, I would say, from, I don't know, beyond the grave, potentially. We'll get into that. And some notes about protection, which may challenge your current schema about protection, because as somebody who can hear your thoughts, when I upload something and I can hear confusion in people sometimes when I make something or I announce something, and I hear the rebuttals in people like, you don't need protection. You can't sell protection. That's a lie. So just that is number one disclaimer that's coming up in this, is that's not my intention, is to sell you any protection. Okay. We're going to talk about protection in order to elaborate and elucidate on the concept and how it's influencing us, and maybe where it could use a little more love. That's kind of the point of the Guardian training workshops that I do. And so who am I? My name is Alexis. This is the Ascension Diaries. This is my personal space to track, study, develop basically myself, and then opportunities for other people to develop and grow with the things that I've learned through the the fervor that I've had to discover the self, discover the truth, and live with honor and dignity to continue down a righteous path and work alongside the great one loving spirit of creation that some people call God, for example, but that's kind of been the vibe. So as I have grown into now, I have had decades of preparation, I would say, for these workshops, and they've always been my intention. And I've been delivered people in my life who have similar passion and have a really good skill at presenting their ideas and educating, like all of my university professors were attempting to do in that structure of things. Some people are natural teachers, and I was able to run into a lot of natural teachers that were resonating with the things I was receiving silently and wasn't sure how to share. If I had the audacity or the authority to even talk about certain things, to who would listen. And those are the sort of things that have developed as I've gotten older. And I see in a lot of you that you're kind of in that state of being when it comes to creating your own content and teaching yourself. So I would hope that if you see my workshop and you're like, oh, I can do that about this topic, and I think humanity would really benefit from that, please, I would be happy to be that cheerleader in your life and be like, go for it. Improve upon what I'm trying to display here. It gives everyone a great example in a way of how to make their own content, I would say, by demonstrating it myself, as another sort of thing I don't mind doing in the community and kind of experimenting. So the intention of this workshop is to install more conversation around me about the concept of protection, where there will be no doubts, I would say, about the concept or about the internalized connection to the concept of protection. Because there is sometimes a gap there. Some people will hear the word and they'll remember a time where they didn't feel it. They'll get the opposite effect. Or they'll hear the word and they'll go, I don't need to know about that. I've got that all locked down. So it was kind of a polarizing moment, I would say. And a lot of stuff like this can be polarizing when you just like try and talk about one thing and declare what it is. And that's not the point of this. The point of this is to engage in conversation so I can grow by being able to learn and vocalize what has been downloading through my body since 2014 at least, when my heart was activated and I was like, God is real, love is real, I am that being and I am of that, and I want to participate and love and serve and figure out how to be of service. And this is where I've ended up with that particular intention in mind. So that's what you're seeing on the back end of me and why I'm doing any of this. That's the intention, kind of the backstory, if that helps. So the disclaimer of this video is that I am a human being. I am not claiming to know everything about this topic. And if you feel like I have said anything that was concerning, I would ask you please to make a comment, make your opinion known. And so you and me can engage in some sort of dialogue and I can learn something, which is the point. And the end of the day is that I want to make sure that I'm learning through this process and encouraging other people to learn. As most teachers, I'm sure, have espoused throughout the ages. It's a similar disclaimer, like take what resonates and everything that also makes you feel weird and research it all yourself. Follow down those new paths of interest if you feel like it. So one thing I didn't mention in the introduction was when I was sort of handed the keys to this information and all of the intentions to become a teacher and speak to groups about these certain topics, to basically fortify the auras and the spirits and cheerlead in a way them into a better state, higher vibrational state. And the personality that I am and I was then, it didn't make sense to me how I was going to be able to do this for people, because standing in front of a room of people as an empath was very difficult because I could feel so much about everyone in the room. It was very tough. And I would find that I couldn't control my emotions and it was difficult. So I didn't understand how I could possibly teach to a group of people, but I went into psychology and education and tried to go down that pathway anyways to develop the skills. But in that same vein and in that same time of my life, I was being also pushed along by spirit or by my guides or, by God through my whole life path on a spiritual journey as well, and activating my heart and activating my mission as like an intergalactic aware being. Those all happened in very distinct moments in my life. And I could tell you about those, but that's not what this video is about. The video is to try and give those people who have had those very intense moments of activation where they realize that the ways of the world that they were, I would say, born into are no longer applying to what they feel they must do in their hearts and what they feel they must do in their like aura or in their past lives or their dreams are guiding them to be. There is a new level of development that has to occur there. And a lot of those people, even who enter into creating content and actually putting themselves out there, it's another layer of that welcomes in a challenge in return. So heart activation, I lost basically my career, my potential new home, my potential new husband. I lost all my money after and that time. So I had to restart with nothing and become like a hostess at a restaurant. But that set me in an area where I was living at home, working, barely able to do much, meeting new people who I did develop with, but also so my mom could be like, hey, you should watch Gaia and watch Cosmic Disclosure. And then boom, I had another awakening in that moment where I was like completely lost contact with being just a normal human being. It was at that moment like, okay, I couldn't, it was over. Something in me had died. And then the new thing was like, okay, I'm not the new thing, but the real thing kind of emerged. It was like coming out of the cocoon finally, like, oh, this is what was in there in that moment. And that thing didn't fit in my reality and it didn't make sense. And then I started receiving a ton of information about what the world was about to turn into in a similar sense. And it was a part of what I was supposed to do and know. And that was scary. I felt very vulnerable with that information. And I, again, everything kind of melted away, but I knew what I needed to go for after that. I knew where I was meant to land. And I wanted to go to the solar eclipse, the Great American Solar Eclipse in 2017, and arrive there and show myself and proceed to take on, I would say, the new role in my community efforts, I would say. And I've met a ton of people in that, learned from a lot of teachers. A lot of them have covered this topic and in their own sense. And I've been able to mildly hear and listen to part of it. But just like reading books, I will read one line or hear one thing, and then I'm getting a whole other download of information all of a sudden unlocks, who knows, from my DNA or whatever, but I'm busy. Watching people's workshops for me has always been tough because they say the one thing I need and I'm already good. So that might happen here and I have no qualms with that. I try and make my work all different lengths, all different types of ingestion. So those messages and those hints and those things can still come out and continue with your activations into your roles as you also lose on your ego deaths and you lose your security or your presumed security, and you begin anew with this new sense of accountability about who you are, and what you must do. So we're moving into accountability instead of victimhood is sort of the kind of overall idea here, is that no matter what activations you get, no matter when you get the downloads or learn about something, if you aren't actively pursuing that, someone else is going to have to do it. And you're going to watch other people do it and it won't be like the way you want. And you're going to have to do it eventually. And you'll need the tools to be able to activate and do that. Sometimes training with other people helps, befriending people who do this work and working with them, seeing how they manage the stress and the intensity. It helps a ton. And I did that and it was super helpful. But now I have now entered another doorway in my work and in this activation. And I am ready on a public level to share that with all of you. And on my channel, it's kind of been creeping in. Some of you have already seen the process. Some of you have already gotten psychic mediumship readings from me. But there is a reason why there's a guest. There's special guests coming to this particular lecture because they're literally and potentially, I want to say those two words, literally and potentially, there is passed on people from our current cultural relevancies that are kind of wandering through and giving alerts and warnings and messages to people in my line of work. And it's not uncommon for celebrities or people to channel celebrities. And I'm assuming it's an excellent gimmick as well. And that's certainly not what I'm trying to do here, which is why this is the protection workshop. And it's not, hey, look at me and make me famous about this thing workshop, because I don't want that, because that's the message overall coming through from these guests is you don't want unnecessary idolization or fame or any of that, and be so very tread lightly, basically. But obviously I'm going to get into more specifics. We have an activity though to kind of recenter you in this moment so we can carry on with this workshop. So I'm going to disengage for a second, look over at the comments and see who's here live and say hello. And then we're going to do the activity. You don't have to move too much. Just focus up. I'm about to show you what I'm going to have you do with your hands and your eyes. Okay, so I'm just going to say hello to a few people who had shown up. Crystal's here, Trevor's here, Veronica is here, Dennis is here. Jay is here. Julia is here. Sylvia, thank you so much, all of you, for showing up and hanging out. I can't wait to do the rest of this workshop with all of you. It's going to be so cool. Out of all of them so far, I'm most excited now with this new stage of how these are working. And it's starting to literally finally make sense to me why I'm doing these. So I can't wait to share with you that also, that revelation. Hi, Christina. Hi, Alexia. Nice to see you. Hi, Mark. Hi, Joanna. Nice to see you guys. All right. Greetings. Now, before we get into, like I said, the lecture, we're going to do this activity. So this is what came to me right before the workshop, because I want to say before all these workshops, I get a lot of information right away. Like, okay, it's going to be like this. Like, you're going to go through this, this, and this. Be sure not to forget any of this. I've got notes on notes. But this month, I swear, was the most, it was a new layer of structured. It was a new layer of readiness. I want to say that was here. And teamwork came up. Like, literally, I had support. I had beings that I recognized showing up and supporting me with information like, hey, this is my comment about this topic. So that was so new, and I was so grateful, and I feel safer than ever, I would say, in my own true skills, I would say. And so in your true skills and in your homeostasis, I want to say, we're going to do an activity just to kind of, I want to say the point of it was to focus your energy back to the tender, loving self for the sake of your own protection. So what I'm going to do, or have you do, so I'm going to stand up, is you're going to have your hands like this. I want you to curl your fingertips up like this. So it's kind of curled like this. And I want you to kind of rest at your sternum right here. And I want you, this is hard to show you, and I want you to look down at your fingers, at the nail beds and your fingers, okay? So just keep doing that. I'm going to sit down so I can see you. You're supposed to be looking at your fingers, okay? Listen to me and look at your fingers from this distance. Now, I chose this distance because most of us will have the vision at least to see this far. It's like a detailed vision. It's also about tucking your chin. So you have to tuck in your chin a certain amount, right? To look at your fingers like this as they're pressed against your body. Okay, stick with me. This is going to make sense. Now, this is kind of an intimate moment, I want to say, between you and your flesh. Now, I want you to look at your finger beds, your fingernail beds, and your fingernails. I want you to see the like pinkness and kind of the delicateness that kind of happens of your fingernails. And they're pretty delicate. They're pretty thin. You know, the nail isn't very thick at all in most of us. It's just this little window to some flesh that's very soft and gentle. But the very tips of our fingers are the exit point, really, of all of our kind of chi and our meridian system. They're very important, but look how delicate they are in a way compared to the rest of your body. Now look at how they've been kept. Look at how maintained your hands are, your fingertips. This is the intimacy of this. And it was profound when I was coming through. And it was basically like, these are your most precious tools. And they should be your most sacred item in a way. And they should reflect that in the way that they appear and with the amount of time you take to mind them and to pay attention to them. These are like your creators in a way. And perhaps some of you were looking down at your hands and you were seeing, I got emotional too, but that happens. But that's kind of why I brought it in, because it was just like this profound feeling of a re-grounding, I would say, with yourself and your body. is to kind of reclaim your fingertips and the care for your hands in general because of how important they are for your ability, even also to manipulate and move energy in cases of protection, as well as cases of self care and self protection in a way. And even just looking down and spending that time deep and close to your body with your eyes is a very intimate space, that whole area of your chest. That's kind of like the whole area of your solar plexus and your heart. It's kind of where you would hold a child. It's the similar kind of space you're engaging in when you hold your arms like that. And it was sort of like this place of peace and of tranquility that perhaps if you are in a moment where you're feeling unprotected, this position would also serve you well to kind of recenter you and reprioritize things. Because if your fingers are dirty or unkept, then perhaps you should focus on that first. And then begin kind of working your way down the arms, do the feet next. Feet was the next thing, was like, okay, same focus on your feet. And if you want, we can look down at your toes and do the same thing right now. So look down at your toes. Have you engaged your toes and your feet lately? These are like your hands and feet are such an important part of your body. And I feel like, especially those with even the institution of footwear, which has had a recent, addition that kind of went viral yesterday, but we don't need to get into that. But for the most part, what we're putting on our feet and how we're treating our feet is also a major concern, I would say. And it does all have to do with protection. As I will elaborate on that in a moment. But we're doing feet gazing and we're looking at our own feet and we're claiming them. We're grateful for them. We're looking at their state. How are they looking? What do they possibly need? And at the end of this workshop, I'm going to encourage you to pack up and do that maintenance on your hands and your feet and whatever else part of your body is calling you for extra attention. So we may continue keeping your aura fully respectable from head to toe, right? Pinky to pinky. Encouraging you to engage in footwear that is grounding and made of natural materials as to honor your feet, the earth, your pursuit of wanting to be accountable for your body and your circuitry, which is the point of the protection workshop, is basically to remind us that the charge and the internal charge of our chi is this massive electromagnetic bubble. And when you hear something and your heart gets excited, that moment where your heart just like releases this extra, almost like an EMP, and you just feel flooded from and all the way to your fingertips and toes, right? Of this warmth and of this glee and satisfaction and giddiness. You know the feeling. I hope you have. That sort of euphoric state of the body in a way is probably the most protected moment of your aura, is so strong in that moment. But those moments, they come and they go. It's not like you're going to have, sweat pouring down your back and like happy tears rolling down your face all the time. You would be quickly dehydrated, I'm assuming from that. So not the point. But that sort of elated state is something that they talk about even in Harry Potter, for the ability to project your aura and literally cast off and chase off the entities that feed on misery and feed on guilt and feed on people's pain. Basically, they feed on the lies that people believe about themselves and even the truths people believe about themselves. Some of them are stuck thinking that this truth is condemning them for life. But if you're still here and you weren't struck down immediately from your action, that's a sign that you were forgiven in a way too, and that you may continue making a better choice next time. And you may also repair the damage that you've done. You've been given the life to repair your mistakes. And that's also fabulous protection, as long as it's consensual and gentle. A lot of people also don't want to be reapproached after you've also harassed them, but there are ways to do it. And I'm sure if you meditate long enough, you'll think of something that's thoughtful and effective, or trust that you can pass on the next good deed. And eventually someone will pass on a good deed to the person that you wronged. These are the sort of things that are very true and is kind of how the mechanism works. The charge that you hold in your body through these emotions and through these, I would say, healthy thoughts are fantastic at keeping and maintaining a protective layer of life force basically moving through you and keeping the boundaries of all your cells nice and strong and all the organelles inside moving and rolling happily. It has a lot to do with what we're conjuring with our own minds and our own feelings. They're like flags or fireworks, I would say, in the spirit world. When you're having an emotion, it's like sparks, it's like explosions, and certain explosions have a certain extract certain audiences than others. So if you're having really horrible rageful explosions, you're going to attract people who do that and attract things that do that, and they're going to start dogpiling on each other, and then soon you have a Roman stadium where people are battling and they're just bloodthirsty. It can go down in a bad way. And I wasn't fully aware of how they've maybe, I wouldn't say sanitized that situation to what we see it as now. That process has even been a long time of people trying to edit and correct that process in our society. And we saw last weekend what went down and how that's still happening. So the topic of protection was also a great topic because of what had happened recently in the news here in the USA and across the world, because there's a multiple problems going on and people are feeling vulnerable, like I said, than normal because they're seeing unexpected or unknown explosions, fires, things like that. But there is a group of people who have reached a level of spiritual, I would say, serenity or spiritual kinship, maybe is the word, with that unseen realm of emotion and of those sparks and those wells of magnetics and in the realm that we're all running around in. And birds migrate on magnetic lines. They probably visually see it more than others. So they're directed more magnetically across nature. And we are as well, but it's more subtle. And where we're directed when we need to seek, or we feel like we need to seek protection, is also a instinct I want to bring up, and why it's good to take care of your vessel, because you'll get more accurate information about the environment if your vessel doesn't have any leaks, electromagnetic leaks, which can be caused by even dirt under your fingernails, I think, at some points, and whatever else you maybe have been neglecting your feet, and the chakras are just so dull and, unstimulated. The circulation in the area is going away. If you're losing circulation anywhere in your body, just focus on that, like, immediately, because that is going to be a major way to fortify yourself and protect yourself in the years and the months to come as things kind of pick up, I would say, as spring is springing, summer is blooming in the northern hemisphere. Pretty much, I want to say maybe the northern hemisphere maybe if it is the most problematic hemisphere on the planet, and it does have slightly more drama. So when it gets its summertime and radiated like crazy, I think more popcorn is going to pop. Like, I think there's going to be popping going on, and we are being asked to watch the popping and understand who's popping and why, so we can stay clear of the process. Chef awareness, you're in the kitchen, that's hot, stay away. That's sort of the the other side of things. So we're getting our vessel clear so we can pay attention to the popcorn kernels that are trying to explode near or far from us, whatever is your concern. But that's also the point of this. So before I get into more of the lecture, let's bring in the guests because we have a healthy group of people here, and I want this guest to have an opportunity to have a casual conversation with all of you because this is new for me. And so we're going to go into this gently and we're going to pick up how the vessel or the body is obviously our most sacred form of protection and is something we should revere and pay homage to and protect, and not attempt to leave or attempt to abandon or make weak or overgive. You know what I'm saying? To allow this cascade of an unhealthy unraveling where your body starts to break down and think you don't need it anymore, which some people are experiencing. So if you are at that point, it's time to fast. And in that time, 2 days, the clarity will come in about what's the next healthy step for you. And your body will get real clear when you're stubborn with it for a few hours, pretty much, about what it actually needs. And a little bit more, it'll be a little more sane, like some water, please. And you give it the best spring water you can find. And then, a little bit of salt would be great. Yep, certainly get those electrolytes, some greens, more whole natural foods to just kind of work your way out of your body trying to die. Like, that's, if you're not giving it life or food with life, processed foods, your body will start, like, it will not receive life. It's going to stop working properly. So this is not what happened to all of the celebrities that want to come in, but it's a part of what had happened to some people. And before I get into specifics, what I'm seeing is that brains in specific and the development of the brains of people is one of those places where these holes and these auric holes and so on can develop and are far more dangerous than a lot of people realize, because you may think somebody is functional, you see them working and functioning on a decent level, you trust them with you and your whatever, your time, and then they do something unpredictable, extremely, or destructive. And it shatters your belief and understanding about this person as being any sort of suitable or reliable person. And that's usually because that person has something wrong with their actual brain and their brain matter. And that is a sign of brain damage a lot of the time. And please look into this. I just have basically a psychology bachelor's, okay? And then I went into education for like 4 months, basically. And then I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm watching demons walk around feeding off of students. I can't do this anymore. I got to go. Couldn't take it anymore. I was tapped out. And I was ready to leave. And I had to protect my soul from getting siphoned anymore while I was using this system to gain knowledge to help. They educated me at a cost. I've replenished that over awareness and understanding. And now I'm educating without, I would say, siphoning off of people the same way the education system does, as a way to do better and improve on what's going on and go and develop healthy brains. I would say healthy brains is what we're really after. Like all the rest of the organs, the heart has neurons in it, sure, but the brain is our main focus. And I would say the biggest issue we're having with protection or with feeling not unprotected or overprotected, it's a mind game. And the mind is obviously affected by the brain. I know some people don't think that, but I certainly have seen that there's a very healthy argument for the case. Healthier brain, healthier thoughts. It's those two things, they're just boop, boop. They just happen. So when you're detoxing, people will see clarity right away. Like, have you ever had a turmeric milk? Have you ever prepared one? Just warm some milk, put some turmeric, some black pepper, maybe a little maple syrup, all organic. Just buy organic. It's worth, in my opinion, there is a difference and it's worth it. So if you can, do it. Treat yourself, literally. It's the best way to protect you that you can. Take the best that you can every time, in my opinion. That's how you honor your vessel. And then your reality will begin to morph to provide you that quality of life and that standard. And that's a mental thing. So drink that turmeric milk, please. Feel the clarity. You will feel the tingling. You will feel it. And you may feel just the motion of like energy drawing down from your head and the inflammation in your body just going down. Try it, please. Please, if you haven't tried it yet, just as an experiment to feel the difference. And then, ooh, a little taste of clarity. Oh, I'm capable of that. And then, oh, you have a better thought. A little bit of clarity, better idea comes through. It just seems, the equation to me is very obvious. And the danger in others lurks in their brains and in their minds most often. Now, I wasn't raised deeply religious. I was raised, I believe, in like a Baptist Christian-esque realm. And then I got pushed into Catholic energy young-ish, and then I just kind of went on my own. And so I didn't engage in any major religious practices or rituals as growing up. So I've had to learn all this. I didn't even know people did that stuff. I didn't understand most of it. I didn't get it. Now I'm seeing structure. I'm starting to understand where the structures came from, who's running the structure, and how healthy were their brains when that happened. Because historically, now if we go back, we have had a major problem with pollution on this planet that has caused brain damage. So I would say that in these times, especially now that we've just recently gone through a new medical experiment where the status of people's medical condition is unknown, but is a concern to everybody in the experiment, basically. This and what it could have done to the brain matter has yet to fully be studied. I haven't heard or read anything about the brains since, for example, what is it doing to the brains? But in my research and going into school, all we learned about stuff that would eat your brains, stuff that would, eat away at you, and what it would cause your nervous system to do and what disease they called it. They already knew all of that stuff, and they'd been watching it a very long time. They've been watching people's brains cause weird things to people. And they figured out a lot of it. They were able to do it by removing pieces of things' brains and poking them and doing all this horrible stuff to people, literally, just to figure it out. Because I assume there had to at some time been an understanding that we need to pick people with healthy brains or else, like literally. So maybe that has now become the most developed science, is figuring out whose brain works the most reliably. Like, I feel like that has happened because logically that is so necessary. So over time, the pollutants that have come through, there has been many, and now there's a generational pollutant, sort of what you can pinpoint with every generation. Mine, being the millennials, would be microplastics, and I would say heavy metal stuff. Basically, that's kind of like the big one. A few generations before, generations like 20 years. So people who are in their 60s into their 80s now, I would say over there, maybe they were more so dealing with lead and it literally being burned in gasoline and in the air and so on. And these sort of things, there's a whole experiment going on. You guys are fully aware. You're seeing it over your heads the days before the solar flares, particulating into the space that we learned about lungs. We're like, okay, that's going in here. What is that? That's a good question. And it's a question a lot of people they're asking, but I don't know if they're getting every answer, and I doubt they will. But if you have a very developed brain and you've taken very good care of yourself and protected yourself from these sort of environmental factors that can tear you apart, and they're meant to, then your internal technology, your brain, your pineal gland, will begin to give you information and unlock the library of all the information floating around us. And you won't need to hear from someone else, for the most part, what's going on, because you will have already absorbed the information from the area. And many of you already operate like this. It's how you've operated to survive. You walk into a place, something feels weird, you get out. Great. that's protection. That's the protection energy that, in a way, I'm trying to refer to in this video, is that understanding and that instinct within us that we can cultivate when we have healthy brains, minds, nervous system, organs, blah, blah, blah. But the brain is so soft and it's so delicate. Like it really needs the help. It really does need to be tenderly loved. And I know this, and I've pushed gently, I would say, I've pushed gently on my own brain matter and experimented with my own health since, like I was saying, since I got activated in so long ago, since like high school. I've been preparing for this. I've been preparing how to understand how the brains develop, what they need to be protected, what's a sign of somebody's brain not working properly. Like I have all that knowledge. It's just been shoved in there. It's in my memory. But it was the mind and the words we were saying and how we were referring to ourselves, how we're referring to others. Like the schema in which you even place yourself in reality is also connected to protection and accurate instincts, I would say. So if you think that we're a bunch of automatons here entertaining you and you're the only thing out here, you're going to have you're going to engage with reality differently, probably without empathy as well. So that is one way that the brain and the mind get sick, and they separate themselves from life force, from the community, from the mycelial network that is our mutual humanity. And that's possible with heavy metals and microplastics and all of these environmental factors that can be put inside you. We're doing it to ourselves, or feeding it to ourselves with our precious little fingernails and fingers. You're putting the things that are hurting you and making you porous in your mouth, or you're lathering it up and washing yourself with it, or you're spraying it all over yourself. You're spraying it in the air around you. You know, there's a few things that we were taught were things we do in the household and to ourselves to be clean and, dignified, but they were actually those things were stripping our protective layers, our lipid layers, the protective lipid layers of your skin and your hair, the protective layers of your teeth and your bones, the layers of fat and muscle, and I would say then down to your actual self-image and your dignity, and parading people around naked and like making them do things that even a kid goes, "Ooh, ugh," like, whoa, like you walk by in the street and you're like, what, whoa, those sort of things just everywhere. That deprived state, it eats at the inner, the identity and the collective identity of what it is to be a human, like that collective dignity and humanity of what it is to be a human. That's been eaten away as well, and that gets encouraged because then these beautiful naked people will eat something from something that's also bad for you, and they just pile on the the suppression of your true natural system. And it's so funny because on a baseline, your natural system, without all these things, just ingesting extremely basic building blocks like milk, the milk of your mother, for example, as a baby, you're just this pure functioning system for the most part, unless in utero there was some sort of issue that caused the body to not develop properly, which also happens, which is also why pregnant mothers need, and they receive at least the protection of two people, but they need a ton of help with their auric protection. And most people know that. And we instinctively know to protect pregnant women. And they're like, okay, she needs extra help and nurturing during this time. But we all have those times. And if it's one of those times for you and you're not pregnant, there's no reason, but you still feel like you need a little extra boost to kind of rebuild that core and help you rebuild that dignity and that trust of humanity, or I would say, your will to even live amongst all of us anymore. Let somebody know. Please let anyone know, because someone will naturally come up and try and help you. In a way, we are a pack animal, and we hear the colicky cries of someone and we were curious. We want to go see what's up. We're naturally protective as a being. And we want to protect, and we can't protect the people who are paraded around in front of us, people, strangers we've never met, celebrities, who are paraded around in front of us, degraded and many times, or idolized, and then paraded off and hid in their Malibu Barbie house until they get snatched up and paraded across some other thing. And those beings who were supposed to be those tools of degrading humanity suffered obviously through that process, and they weren't, I would say, they didn't get, I want to say, to live to tell you for themselves what they learned. But now this is tricky because I'm trying to segue like 5 things right now, so you guys wait. That was too hard. It was like all of the sudden, just like so much information. It just like, I'm sorry. I just like lost my that was the point. Okay, hold on. What did I just say? I said some of these beings weren't able to live to be able to tell you what happened to them. But there is this divine protective ability built into humanity to be able to access and continue a relationship with beings after they've died. And that connection, people say, runs through the heart, or the portal of the heart, or the portal to source is the heart space because of where it is in the toroidal field. It's basically like that's in a way. Anyways, you can look that up for yourself, but the heart is the strongest electromagnetic point. Some people who do work will tell, like, go back to the heart. The portal to the heart is the portal home. Like, they will do that energy work with their heart chakra as that portal. And as we develop alongside AI and technology to try and create the ability to communicate with humanity and even with people beyond beyond death, which there is some technology you can do that with, we, on a natural way, through protecting our bodies and fortifying our auras and feeding ourselves right and growing as our natural selves and keeping ourselves natural, will develop at the same time the ability to do what the technology is really like trying to do, in my opinion. And that's sort of the direction we want to go on Earth, is that you don't need a spirit radio to talk to your dead family member. You should not ever have lost contact after they've passed. They are always there, and they're still there, and they're probably fussing around the house helping you out with this or that, and you're not even realizing it. But we are developing that now. I'm watching on a human, like on a global level, humans are being able to perceive, I would say, more of this information and disclosure of what maybe people died with the knowledge of. And you're like, oh, well, good riddance. They're dead. Those secrets will never come out. Some people, I'm sure, think that, oh, we killed them, so those secrets are dead with them, right? And I think that's the naive, like, again, that's the brain damage. That's a lack of connection there. That actually doesn't make sense. And those things will never go away. Everything is recorded. Every movement is recorded into the water and the air around you. It's there. Everything is observed. So no matter what kind of really happens, there is going to be a review and a rebuttal of the situation, either by people who are picking up on it by being in the water and the air nearby where it happened, and they're just picking up on that information, or they've been able to open up their heart and not lose track of people beyond death, and see that that's kind of like an illusion. And it's an illusion I think we take on to be born and enjoy this place. But some people, like myself, that illusion, that bubble popped for me pretty early in my life. It was, you're doing this now. You're going to train how to do this. I started seeing them. I started having to read books about mediums. And I was like, okay, I don't know. I haven't gotten anything yet, so I don't know how I'm going to help anybody. And it just took years and years and years of dedication to just kind of figure out how to even have these conversations with not only like my own family member, but other people's family members, and now people I've never met are coming by, because I think it is at that time. And we are naturally gaining the ability to not lose a single brother or sister in a way to death. Their information, their story, their essence isn't going to go anywhere, and it'll be less of a permanent feeling in a way if people do leave their body, leave it behind. I would say not come back to it, like they're done with that particular body. That's going to be a gentler and gentler process, I want to say, as we develop. And I know I'm watching AI try to copy it or try and do it, but we may just develop it naturally before we even, and so the tech, we won't even want it, because it'll be like, well, it's it's like having a robot hand when you have a perfectly good hand. You know what I'm saying? It's not as good. So why would you use it? That's kind of like the metaphor that's coming through. So I think generally, I want to say the information coming in now, because I'm feeling the like queue of celebrities starting to come up, and I'm feeling, in a way, some telepathic energy. But there is technology that has been about trying to contact beings or pull them back from death. And we see it in the hospitals. They do it in the hospitals. They'll hook you up, they'll charge you, they'll jump your heart again, pulling people back into their bodies, maybe artificially, or holding them in their bodies, like in a coma, like on life support with these machines. And there's beings that are kind of stuck in this state. And my heart goes out to them. And if you have a family member like that, please help them. Please help them. Like, if you can, do like, ask your whole family lineage, like, if there's anything I can do to help this person in my family, like with their suffering or whatever, please let me know. And it might be their path, and that's their lesson. You got to let that go. But if there's anything you can do, you might as well ask first. And then if you get nothing, then you at least you tried, and you have to step aside and let nature take its course. And that's what a lot of people have struggled to do, is let nature take its course, and they go into deeper and scarier technology to try and revive people that they love. And again, Harry Potter talks about this. There was one of the Deathly Hallows, or one of the gifts that death itself gave 3 wizards when they like tried to best death. Death's like, here, I'm giving you what you want. What do you want? One of them's like, I need to be able to bring back my wife from the dead. And he's like, okay, gives him the thing. But the wife comes back not as herself. She's like an inanimate corpse or something. Like, it's not good. Now, I wasn't raised in a religion, or even in my own awareness in social circles where people believed in any sort of actual capacity to resurrect a person through rituals. I didn't know that that was a thing people talked about. I knew the Christians and Catholics would talk about like the resurrection of just one dude. And it wasn't because of the hand of any man. It was just, homie just got up and walked out of his own cave grave like 3 days later. That's what I heard was possible. But now I know that there's deeper layers of that in our culture. And my sweet little self, well, if you can, if it makes sense to you, like, I wasn't approached by that information. I wasn't frequency matching that stuff, because I assume I was here to illuminate the problematic side of that kind of behavior, maybe based off of my genetic history and my own karma. So something in me knows that this practice and the literalness of it is some people are taking this practice literally. There is plenty of evidence of scientific experimentation of bringing people back, and they just aren't coming back, and their body's like, being weird. And I didn't even want to go down the rabbit hole of learning about that. But if it's resonating for you and you need to dig deeper, you can, because guess what? It's being disclosed on a public level. By their own holy people, they're showing what they actually do. They're discussing, they're opening their mouths, they're talking about what's going on, what they believe. And I believe that there has been some very difficult engagements, I would say, with people of power and influence using these technologies and abusing them. Now, this is not just me saying this. There's plenty of whistleblowers coming out, way more information about this. And I just want to say, I believe that we're talking about it now because we are developing these natural skills in a way. And there is a light. There is a light at the end of the tunnel of confusion. And we're starting to reconnect with this ability that people are trying to do artificially. Not with the ability of, I would say, bringing people back from the dead in this body, or that they were born in, that last body, bringing it back and having them walk around. And I know there's a part of the Bible that's like something about the dead will walk amongst you, or something during when potentially there's like this revelation or this like shift that happens in the consciousness and the godliness of the world. But I believe maybe what they're saying is that the dead, you will perceive the dead as if they've never left, because you will see their spirits, and the spirit world will be more present and visible and palpable. And so you can more easily pass away or be born, and you're not going to disappear. You know what I mean? That fear will go away. And I believe that maybe was actually what was translated or meant. And I know that's but I'm allowed to offer that as a Bible study or whatever. And I have a part of the Bible that I actually brought up for this too, which is also about celebrities. So they brought me to a passage about this in a way that I'm going to read for you. And then in that space, I'm going to ask our guests if anyone wants to say anything. So we're getting to that point. I'm sorry it's taking me a little bit, but I'm new to this. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to do like 5 things at once. If you'll understand maybe one day if you do these videos, and you'll be like, oh, I get where she's coming from. But one day I'm going to try and explain the process as well. But let's talk about this. So you guys I want to say also formally, I never was trained to read the Bible. I was encouraged vaguely, like it was just not even really a concern. Like, you're a kid, in my opinion, it just didn't matter. I was also mixed with a public school system in that too. So it was like, I was a public school kid, non-denominational, weaving in and out of some Christian and some Catholic embraces. Like, it was very brief. So I'm learning all this stuff now as an adult, because as a psychic medium, guess what's all extremely relevant to our current culture? It's a ton of the information that has been recorded in English, at least in the Bible. But then there's all this other stuff. Like, there's tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff. So just a disclaimer on that. And the bookmark for this point that I chose to save this point in the Bible, I'll tell you what verse it is. It's Ezekiel 30, chapter 30, if that helps. It's called the Desolation of Egypt and Her Helpers. Okay, so I'm just going to read that in a second, but I have these cards about drug safety. I have a stack of them, all different kinds, and they're postcards. And I can use them like tarot cards if I ever feel guided, but I haven't with any clients yet. But here is the one that came up, And ironically, it kind of matches the aesthetic of this video, which is hilarious. And this is a substance that I'm not familiar with. It's weaved into my reality, I believe, literally one time on like November 11th on the top of a mountain surrounded by a forest fire. Like, it was just a very unique condition. And I was still like, what? Like, it's not really my thing. But it has caused a lot of things to happen. This thing has caused a lot of stuff to happen because it pumps you up. It adds intensity. It like cranks your system. So it says it's a yeah, it's like it's there's like all this information back here to tell you about it. It's made from the leaves of a cocoa plant, obviously, but doesn't look like leaves when it gets to this point. It's not the leaves at this point. This is a hyper-derived piece or chemical out of one plant in nature, basically. And to the amounts of that ingredient then from the derived is then concentrated and then used by a human being. It's just extremely unnatural. So this particular substance is a stimulant, short acting, increases your heart rate suddenly, your blood pressure, and your breathing. It also helps with feelings of confidence, alertness, and euphoria. There is a lesser form called crack, and they're also able to, like, this is injectable. Like, it's been a problem, and most people are aware of it. It's also how people are spreading hepatitis C, it says, through sharing straws or like whatever, which is people use the pages of the Bible to do a lot of time to make straws. I've seen that. That's like in movies and stuff. Classy. So spreading hepatitis C and other diseases. It's cut with other things, usually dangerous things. What else can cause sleep deprivation, insomnia? Adding it with alcohol can definitely increase your risk of heart and liver problems. It's extremely low or short acting, and it can be used too much and too often. They can become compulsive with it and become a psychological and physical addiction. After effects include depression, agitation, anxiety, paranoia. I think the paranoia one is the biggest one that we're going to have to deal with. And it's the biggest lasting effect. So let's just say if you and me have street smarts at all, right? Maybe you've also worked in the service industry and had to for years and had to be spontaneously connecting with a whole bunch of people on a whole bunch of different substances, right? Lunchtime, businessmen, all of it. Can you look at somebody and go, I think that person is giving me a little bit of cocaine energy. What about you? Can you pick that up off of people? Because this is an excellent part of the protection and a part of something that people in any sort of people industry should know and be able to decipher off of people. Is if they don't seem like themselves, they seem like they maybe are under the influence of something a little bit too much. Obviously, there is a gray zone, a social gray zone, which many people are aware of. But there's often, when you're in that social state, you're not in operate heavy equipment state, even mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually in that time. So I just want to bring up before I read this passage that I want you to spot very carefully, especially those of you with experience with this particular substance. Angels, angels go into the dark places, try things just to figure out what's going on. Usually maybe do it once. And then they go, oh, okay, I recognize the signature of that now. Danger. Don't hang out with people who are engaging with this particular thing because this will weaken your aura. It will remove your protection, I would say, and which is weakening you. Anything that weakens you can mess with your protective layer. But the paranoia and the addiction factor makes people do things that are unpredictable. So that's the sign of brain damage. brain damage. So there's a lot of these substances that went directly to brain damage. They just skipped all the organs. They're like, yeah, the heart and the spleen or whatever in a few years, but we're trying to get the main line of the brainstem right now. Thank you so much. That's science. That was, hey, who gets to melt the brainstem first without anyone noticing kind of contests. Like you guys have seen the industries, like they're competitive. My dad worked for the industry, the pharmaceutical industry, most of my life. There's angels in all of the weird industries keeping an eye on things for sure. And you might be one of those people. So here's a passage. Now, I'm not affiliated with this book in any way, but I am a human being on earth, and I think this is culturally appropriate. I'll do my best to read this. Chapter 30, Desolation of Egypt and her helpers. And then it says 20, Babylon to be strengthened, which is interesting. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy and say, Thus said the Lord God, howl ye, woe worth the day, for the day is near. Even the day of the Lord is near, which I actually agree with. A cloudy day, it shall be a time of the heathen. And the sword shall come upon Egypt. A great pain shall be in Ethiopia, when the slain shall fall in Egypt, and they shall take away her multitude, and her foundations shall be broken down. Ethiopia and Libya and Lydia and the mingled people and Chub and the men of the land that is in the league shall fall with them by the sword. Thus said the Lord, they also that uphold Egypt shall fall, and the pride of her power shall come down. From the tower of Sion shall they fall in it by the sword, said the Lord God. And they shall be desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities shall be in the midst of the cities that are wasted. And they shall know that I am the Lord, when I have set a fire in Egypt, and when all her helpers shall be destroyed. Now, I know this is dark, and I know the Bible's capable of this. Okay, I'm just going to keep going, though, so listen closely. This is hilarious. I never in my life thought I'd be doing this, but this is like literally, it's so relevant. There's so many times I've used this book, and it's just like, okay, I'm reading between the lines. Thank you for this random installation of repeated history. Okay. In that day shall messengers go forth from me in ships to make the careless Ethiopians afraid, and great pain shall come upon them, as in the day of Egypt, for lo, it cometh. Thus said the Lord God, I will also make the multitude of Egypt to cease by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. He and his people with him, the terrible of the nations, shall be brought to destroy the land, and they shall draw their sword against Egypt, and fill the land with the slain. And I will make the rivers dry, and sell the land into the hand of the wicked, and I will make the land waste, and all that is therein by the hands of strangers. I, the Lord, have spoken. Thus said the Lord, I will also destroy the idols, and I will cause their images to cease out of Noph, and there shall be no more of prince of the land of Egypt, and I will put a fear in the land of Egypt. And I will make Pathros desolate, and I will set fire in Zoan, and will execute judgments in No. And I will pour my fury upon Sin, the strength of Egypt, and I will cut off the multitude of No. I will set fire in Egypt. Sin shall have great pain, and No shall be render asunder, and Noph shall have distresses daily. The young men of Avon and of Pisbeth will fall by the sword, and these cities shall go into captivity. At Tehephanes, that one's hard. Tephnehes, and also the day shall be darkened. When I shall break there the yokes of Egypt, and the pomp of her strengths shall cease in her. As for her, a cloud shall go over her, and her daughters shall go into captivity. Thus I will execute judgments in Egypt, and they shall know I am Lord. And it came to pass in the 11th year and the first month in the 7th day of the month that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, I have broken the arm of Pharaoh king of Egypt, and lo, it shall be not bound up to be healed, to put in a roller, to bind it, to make it strong, to hold the sword. Therefore, thus said the Lord God, I am against Pharaoh king of Egypt, and will break his arms, the strong, and that which was broken, and I will cause the sword to fall out of his hands, and I will scatter the Egyptians amongst the nations, and will disperse them through the countries, and I will strengthen the arms of the king of Babylon, and put my sword in his hand, but I will break the Pharaoh's arms, and he shall groan before within the groanings of a deadly wounded man. But I will strengthen the arm of the king of Babylon, and the arms of the Pharaoh shall fall down, and they shall know that I am Lord. And when I shall put my sword in the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall stretch it upon the land of Egypt, I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations and disperse them among the countries. It's interesting. That was what I was supposed to read. I am interested to see why the Babylonian king got the sword. I actually don't understand. But that was what I was asked to bring into this particular conversation. And I want to say it's because that's kind of what we're seeing as well is happening in our own realm. And there is an issue with Egypt as well. And its story is repeating itself, apparently, where they have oppressed the people too long to the point where they've created all of these idols and basically tried to take over the favor of the people versus the spiritual truth, I would say. So it's interesting. Like I said, the desolation of Egypt and their helpers is kind of like, and these idols is kind of what was kind of coming through about this particular thing. And I'm sorry again, like I know it's very intense. And is anyone's arms actually going to break? I don't know. Is there going to actually be fire? I don't know. There is double speak to everything. Everything can be also poetic and metaphorical. Sometimes it's not as big as it's supposed to look. And I've seen that time and time again. We think something grand is supposed to happen because we're taking something literally, but it was actually a more, metaphorical thing. And that situation shows up in a much smaller reaction, I would say, in our reality, but the message still comes out. So it's kind of like having a dream of something. You see, Jace literally just had the dream the other day where the massive earthquake happened in California, and they were all in some place and they all said, let's go home because we feel the next one is coming. And they're all in California mentally being prepared for literally this San Andreas fault to just like crack open. It's so funny. Like they've told them all and they're all kind of mentally on board or preparing, which means that reality on the quantum is solidifying in a way. So unless there's something more prominent, I'm seeing the solidification of that timeline, and Jace is dreaming about it. But what could have happened? Like he dreams of an earthquake, but what happens the next day? Maybe they have like a 1.2 that whole day, but that 1.2 was right by somebody's house that we know and they felt it. So it was important still. And maybe it's a warning like, hey, buddy, maybe you should move if you're feeling 1.2s at your house. You know what I'm saying? So don't take everything so literally, because I believe that's what has also been a major issue, which I've already talked about when it comes to practices and stuff that maybe are derived out of the Bible or derived out of Egyptian religious sort of rites and practices, which kind of predate the Bible. And then before those guys, there's the Phoenicians, and I don't even know. I literally haven't researched those guys yet, and I'm sure I got to do that. But maybe this time next year, this whole podcast or the protection of February will be all from those guys or from some other ancient culture that's trying to come in and deliver some information. But the culture that's trying to deliver right now is Egypt as we know it now, which is a metaphorical weird thing that some people are taking literally. Some people are using the extreme esoteric, unspecific way of talking about it. There's a spectrum, but there is movement, and Egypt and its idols I assume is something we can now compare to like Hollywood or Los Angeles in general, the entertainment industry in the United States, and it's pop stars and movie stars because they got both. They took both types. So I'm just going to read just quickly what you're saying. So I'm seeing some discussion about California. You guys keep it up because California to me is one of those places that I've been working with very closely and where a lot of these celebrities died. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the 33rd parallel. I understand Phoenix, Arizona, and Los Angeles are kind of sharing this like very important grid line. So it is making sense to me again that I'm able to like almost hardwire tap into the grid from here that's happening over there. It's because it's running right through me still laterally. And I was also able to tap into, I think, that same grid all the way out to Hawaii. It's potentially the same or very similar line. I'm close enough because I feel it all the time as well. That whole, all of us, I think, are connected because so many people in Phoenix, Sedona all have either a house in LA area, San Diego area, or Maui or, you know, Hawaii. Like they live in all those places. Everybody bounces between those places in our community, the grid workers. I'm not even talking about just like, and all those guys do it too, you know, business owners and people in the Babylon or whatever, Egypt, whatever, whatever the words are. But people who take a paycheck is what I want to say. People who take a paycheck, they also fall in line and do those behaviors and tap into those places. So celebrities go to these places is a very busy time. And then there's like New York, which is a different part and a different grid area, which is used for different things. And most of those people are transient. It's a more transient place, I've noticed. But then there's Vancouver, Canada, which a lot of people don't know about, but they film a lot of movies out there. And they do a lot of filming in Canada because of certain laws and financial laws. So I don't know why I had to give that information. Maybe that helps somebody. But okay, so these idols, right? This act of picking one of us, you know, picking one of us who has some type of talent and then using their image and using it as this like almost a voodoo doll or something to represent us and then bounce it around on a stage with a hidden hand holding it, right? So it's like an illusion. This being that's representing us is actually being controlled by someone else or something else, and you can't see that. So there is a disconnection as well. These beings who become idols, they become unrecognizable because there is like a loss. They become almost plastic because you can tell they aren't really who they are. They're pretending. They're being professional with us, and connecting with them is so hard because they have reached such a level of fame. They can't connect to anybody because they don't have enough hours in a day, and they can't really decipher who to pick over who. It's basically the most aggressive people who inject themselves into these people's lives who end up getting a hand into their influence, right? So if you're a creator as well and you've noticed that there's people who maybe ended up being a hidden hand in your life, and you started making content because of their secret, I want to say, opinions about what you did, about what you're doing, and you're actually not being you're trying to show one or two people something they want, but you're not being honest. So if they don't like it, they're never going to like it. And it's not your problem, is what I want to say. Don't change yourself for other people to please them. Because if they don't like it, they're never going to like it. This is what I'm saying. Like, don't even bother. The fact that they don't like something you're doing is actually them saying they don't like something they're doing. And it's their dissatisfaction for the most part, unless you're doing something that hurts them. But if you're just doing your thing and someone's like, that isn't what I idolize. I would idolize you if you did this. And you're like, good for you. You know what I mean? I have that reaction all the time. I'm just like, you're talking to me? Oh, no, yeah, I'm just doing my thing. Yeah. And that's about it. That's the conversation. Oh, you want me to do, thanks for the input. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I might get inspired by some sharing that I get from people, sure. And it does happen. But for the most part, when people turn to you and go, you should have done this, and you're just like, who are you? When did you get here? Oh, yeah. I don't know. But thanks. Maybe if I hear that 5 more times, I'll consider. Just give it a little more. Just like, shoot, I'm like the celebrities and blah blah, but it's like there's something in psychology they call the circles of trust. I believe it's called. It's a theory. So you have your inner circle, which is you and God, basically. And maybe you're like, yeah, basically you and God. That's you and God. You were born with this, you'll die with this. This is the essence of you that you're responsible for. That's your inner circle. Then you have a circle that's very close to you. Just basically the people who can physically touch your skin and you're like okay with it. That's kind of like the outer circle is the people who you could manage a hug from and trust them and would trust them with your problem. Like if you're like, "Hey, I need you to hold my baby." You know you can hand it to that person and they'd be great. Like you'd be comfortable with that. That's your inner circle. And then there's a circle outside of that, which is the people who are attempting or potential for your inner circle to maybe regularly give you a hello, goodbye hug, maybe, or even see a picture of your baby. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like the gray zone. Like, okay, those people don't know where you live. The people in your inner circle, they know where your house is. People in that outer circle, they're the contenders. They're trying to get into the inner circle, and it takes some time. That's kind of like the judgment zone. Obviously, the people closer to you, if they transgress, boop, they go into another layer outside of you. They no longer get to watch your every happenings on your social medias like family members and so on. They don't have access to that anymore, but you know, if you see them out, it's not you're friendly to each other, but that layer of trust isn't there. And then there's a layer outside of that, which is basically complete strangers. And that's sort of the layer of the veneer that I have to wear when I go online is I have to talk to you like I don't know who you are. And I know there's people here who I would let hold my baby who are also watching. You're on inner circles, but these are the layers of protection that may help you psychologically sort these people in your life. If you are a creative and want to be an individual entrepreneur, for example, or if you want to be in some sort of relationship or you want to have children or you want to have someone live with you, these are the sort of things you need to learn. So it's always okay to push people to another layer outside of your inner circle. That is what you should be doing. You're responsible for that. No one's going to do that for you. You have to be the manager of that. These celebrities don't have all these skills all the time. So I'm teaching you these things and I promise I'm going to get to them, but it's like I'm getting a team helping me already with this stuff, like getting you ready. So how do people earn their way into your inner circle? Obviously, through time, through reliable behaviors over time, reliable, trustworthy behaviors over time. They give you consistent, good vibes, trustworthy vibes over time. They get closer and closer to you in that. And sometimes the better you get to know somebody, then they'll snap and something ugly inside of them will rear their ugly head at you. And you get the decision, do you want to work through that with someone and give them another chance? Or do you want to push them to another layer out and be like, you know what? sort that out and come back to me when you're ready. You can do both options. I've done both many times. And as a female, I feel like I also have a bit more patience and nurturing of keeping people at least somewhat close to me, even if I'm a little bit disturbed by their behavior, because I feel like, okay, I'm triggered. I need to learn something. I will keep them in a safe distance and try and learn that thing. And if, God takes them away, then okay, I'll learn through someone else, because if I'm supposed to learn this lesson, it'll keep coming, right? So these guidance points for managing your circles of trust, I want you to teach your children, please. And teach them, even a mom and a dad, they can lose privileges to that inner circle, right? Like I said, the most internal side is just you and God. That's just you. That's number one. Then mom and dad usually are the next layer out, and your siblings and your family members if they're lucky. But if you don't teach your child about that, then they're going to allow someone else to walk in and sit next to them in their core, even in the replacement of God in a way, or as a voice battling it, a contender right in the soul, right in the seat of the soul. And that happens all too commonly. And if you don't fortify that true home position with yourself or your children, and religion does that for people, it says it's you and God, and they teach kids that in Christianity and stuff. And I don't know where else. Like I said, I only had a little bit of education anyways, but when it came to religion, but that was a major issue. I would say that was sort of what was looked for as a vulnerability in beings, was, do they have that fortified understanding of their circles of trust? And you earn your own children's trust by always being there for them. Children will grow up, their needs are going to dissipate eventually, for the most part, unless they're deeply disabled, which is a whole other condition, whole other type of person, whole other message. But children grow up, they become self-sustaining, and then they have kids most of the time, or they care for someone's kids or some animals or some land or something. Their nurturing spirit goes towards service instead of needing service. So be patient with your children. Make sure that you're fortifying that, you're available for them. You're a part of their team as a person, and you'll give them your honest opinion about, whatever it is they want your input on. Be like, hey, mom, should I go sleep over at this person's house? But they're asking you, like, judging if you're going to say, like, what do you think about these people? If there's ever a doubt with people, just say no. Like, it should feel perfect. It should, and bad things still happen in those conditions for sure. But if you're already not sure, be sure to know, like, you let your kids know how you feel about stuff, like your honest instinctual reactions to things. Don't try and play nice. That's another big problem, was that we were playing too nice. We were being way, way too lenient and unforgiving with people in the privacy with our children when it comes to school, daycare, and then camps and special like sports and camp and clubs and special programs and summer schools and church camps and all these other places where the kid is separated from you, and they're amongst a bunch of people that who knows what their agendas are. Fortifying a child to at least have those layers so they can feel somebody weird the first seconds they arrive somewhere, and have the bravery, if you both peek out the window at the camp or the sleepover or whatever, and you see one being that you're like, ew, what is that? And you both get a weird feeling, just leave. Just leave. Don't engage. It's that outer circle, your boundaries already tickling, going like, I wouldn't let that person closer to me. So why get closer to them? Why even approach them? That is a part of what happened a lot of the time with these celebrities, like I'm saying. And there was so many times or I want to say their instincts were just screaming, but they weren't given the strength and understanding about their authority over themselves and their accountability over themselves. And they had early on kind of given that away and not had that inner understanding, the inner trust circle structure. Okay, so here we go. I want to say thank you again to all of you who hold space for me to develop. And thank you for understanding that I'm more concerned about fortifying and protecting ourselves than becoming like some sort of viral sensation or whatever, because it's counterproductive to what I believe is a protected way to move along and be in the market, is not draw too much attention to yourself individually. And that's an Aquarian thing too. It's like, I'm not here to draw attention to me. I'm here to help, because the screams and the cries are palpable in my dreams, in my conscious awareness, the cries, the hollers, like it says, I can hear it. And I'm hearing it louder and louder. And it's like this symphony of like, they're so broken and confused, like literally so lost. Like the system was toxic, but it was a working machine, and now the machine's not working. And everybody just has to go home. And where is home? Some people forgot. And I think that's also why these celebrities are kind of roaming around as ghosts in a way, because they're looking for home, and they hadn't quite found it yet, but they know that we're their home. Humanity is the home. Our collective intelligence is their home. And like God or the heart is the true home. So being with beings who work with that and who care about that can understand them, I think. And I think in a way, a lot of these celebrities have realized who to help and what to do now that they have that perspective after being released from this life, from their bodies. So the first celebrity that came through with some gnosis, which is funny because Alexia, she cracks me up. Like, seriously, my friend Alexia Eisenhower from Ricky Leaks, she is a library of all, like, incredible information. And yesterday, I'm like forgetting what she even did, but she blew my mind yesterday. And now I'm like, whoa, I totally forgot what I was about to say. But we were talking about it in the video, the final Harry Potter video. If you haven't seen it, it's up. Harry Potter review. And she's just like so audacious. She like is fearless against the oppression. And I admire her for that, and her knowledge about the secret societies and the secret religions and those secret rites, at least to a certain level. She knows about these things because she's had to be a healer to people who have endured these schools of thought, who were raised in those religions and were mixed amongst and all working in Los Angeles and Hollywood and being possessed and tormented by spirits and by pain and suffering and all of this magic and dark magic and cleaning out your body of parasites. It fortifies you from being a target to all of that, those bottom feeders, basically. Sorry, I'm just like concentrating. So the woman, okay, here we go. So the woman who wants to come forward today about this her name is Claire, and she is famously known as Grimes. And this is hard because in our timeline and our popular culture, Grimes is still with us in this realm, walking around in a body, right? I could technically walk up to Grimes today and give her a hug. That's the understanding on the public side of things. Okay. This is really hard. I knew when she came up, I was like, excuse me, you're not supposed to be here. And that was the conversation. Like, okay, I was not supposed to be here. All right. And I'm like, right. So what do I say? And they're like, well, just listen. Just listen, because, and they showed me again, Grimes's audience, which I said briefly in, I don't know, one of the last videos, I just talked about this to kind of help. Grimes's audience is around my age. Grimes is around my age. She would be in her 30s. Her audience around my age. She's Canadian originally. This is so hard. Okay. This is hard. It's going to get easier though. More practice. Okay. So Grimes's audience is among some of the only people I know in the entertainment industry who are aware that their own person that they're a fan of may not actually be who they are anymore. Like they may have been replaced with a much easier to manage Barbie doll, for example. And who knows, there's many reasons why that could happen. Somebody be like, hey, I'm sick of the limelight. Replace me with somebody who can do the work and share the art while I relax and make different art. Okay, great. That's a pathway you can go down. If you need to do this mental exercise, I'm giving you some options because you can engage me at whatever path you want. I'm trying to be the very most respectful I can about this. Okay. Because this is tricky. But her audience is some of the only people I've ever seen that's actively aware that she may not be who she really is. And they will constantly reply under her content whenever posted now. Rest in peace. Grimes would have loved this. And it's like this joke that her audience, because in a way, the music is kind of grungy. It's kind of, it was sorrowful. It was emotional. It was etheric. It was dark etheric. It was like a siren. It was very siren-like, but in a more bubbly way. Her original kind of noise and her tone. And she kind of started this momentum of more mumble lyrics where her lyrics weren't even quite, it's very ethereal. Like they weren't even quite an English word, but they have put lyrics in the songs now. And like there are lyrics, but anyways, one of her most famous songs is called Genesis. And I literally just learned about Genesis because of Alexia in our last video talking about what is on the front of this particular Bible, which I'm going to show you because this is a topic of conversation and I have to do this with respect, but culturally it's important. So for some beings, that G, according to Alexia, means Genesis to some, which means you're constantly like in this state of like pushing yourself to grow and become new things. I don't even fully know. There's another term for it that is, I forget what the other term she used that some people think it's named after. And for me, when I saw the G, I was like, does that mean God? That's what I thought. I'm not familiar. I'm not a part of that education, but I have some friends who research their work and their magic, I assume, because it helped them very much with their own health and their own protection. So anyways, so there's this G, obviously, Grimes, Genesis, the G energy was coming through for sure for this. And I remember learning about her through an unconventional way, which kind of makes me feel like I do have, in a way, a social soul level bond with this woman. Like I know her in a way. I met her on one of my missions where I was driving through Canada back in May 2018 with a friend of mine, Marcus. He loved her work. He introduced her to me. And I was like, okay, this is kind of weird, but okay, great. I love when starseeds show me their favorite stuff because there's always like starseed energy in there, wherever they like. And then I kind of forgot about this woman. Like, I was like, whatever, continue toiling away at the mission, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, guess who's dating Elon Musk? I was just like, what? I was shook, shattered. I was like, oh no. Like, oh, her? Like, out of all the Americans, you know what I'm saying? A pop artist from Canada? Like, that's like that's a little weird. I know that they love, like, whenever Canadian artists do rise to the top, most people don't even know they're Canadian because they're at the top of the American music charts. Like, that's how they get the most famous. So anyways, this woman, whoever she is, and whenever she passed, because I did not get that information because it is a difficult topic. And I don't want to paint a target on myself being like, I know stuff, because that's not my business. I don't have any personal connection to this woman. Like, it's just kind of word of mouth. Her ethereal energy, kind of came through, and I know some of her music now. So when I posted the poster for this workshop, that was the song just like blaring in my head, was her Genesis song. And usually this happens when a celebrity is trying to contact me now. Lately, it's just been they'll play their own song in my head, like Toby Keith was doing. And then Toby Keith publicly died like a couple weeks later. And then way more Toby Keith, like into my mind and everywhere. Toby Keith, Toby Keith, Toby Keith, blah, blah, blah. Toby Keith was a big star, I would say, of January in my own psychic realm. And he pushed a couple other celebrities forward, I think, from his entryway into the death realm, or like the spirit world. One thing I want to say before I do this is, people are people, even after they die. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Okay. Grimes, I'm here trying to translate something for you to the people who resonate with your frequency, because they're the ones that needed this workshop, it seems like. I want to thank you for coming forward and being brave. And I want to emphasize that it is very difficult to talk about the celebrities that have suffered, but their public story isn't matching yet. Okay. So what I'm hearing is basically, we are many. I'm now seeing Michael Jackson again. We are many, and there are many more. We are building momentum, I would say, in the spirit world and becoming more cohesive again and coherent again on this side of things. Understanding why we're here, understanding what's going to happen, and understanding the unique voice that we have in this particular time of what we were saying is like Egypt being removed of all of its princes or its idols and being kind of revealed as the monster it has been. And I want to pay tribute to all of the beings who Alexis doesn't know the names of, because she is only so young and has only met or seen so many years of this industry. But there are many beings I see now also coming over from the Bollywood industry, who, again, Alexis does not know the names of, exposed to those things. But there are celebrities that are obviously been gone a long time, who are still in a part waiting and supporting on the other side. But what I'm seeing is a way to describe, and this has happened many times, is these people who were brought in as these idols were often these ethereal, sweet beings. They gave off even an air of lack of, I would say, concern for their own protection. And it may have been because of maybe even some damage or some trauma or what it is that they did need to learn in this life. But these particular beings are and were targeted for their, I would say, friendliness. Okay. There's a lot of unique beings out there who have been known for this or that, makeup like this, hair like this, clothes like this, dance moves like this, one-liners like this, talents and skills like this. And some of those were truly theirs and their essence, but some of those were not. Some of these beings were dressed up like dolls, like clowns, and knew already their fate long ago about what they really were to the people who were caring for them or performing with them or whatever. And that iron curtain between the front row at the stage and all the beings behind the stage, all the beings behind the deals, all the beings from families that are very old and unknown to many. There's parts of me, she's saying, there's parts of me I won't ever get back because of how this happened. But there is a way to use those parts now to awaken others. And she keeps referring to her hair, which is interesting. She's referring to her makeup and obviously her music. And many of them have made music and movies, and those pieces of them or parts of them or their style or their fashion or their unique frequency have been taken and redistributed or manufactured. But obviously there's always an opportunity to purify those things and make them be used for good. Okay, here I'm seeing some questions. Did she pass on? Yeah, I'm sorry you don't know who this is, but this is a being who I'm understanding has a pretty well-rounded and recent view about like the playing field, and since she was more young, and I hate that I can't tell you like for sure if she's here or not. Like that's the hard part on me. I have no proof. I have no proof on this. It just kind of hit me. So this is a hard one. It's not like everybody saw in the news that this blank person had passed away. There's no validator there. So this is just in a way entertainment at the end of the day. Like it is just additional information. But I have to do it because it's authentic to me. It's authentically happening in my life. And I play along those lines. But I relate to her. And I believe that there's also these beings who get to these positions of power who begin to get a little too playful and begin playing in areas and pushing their boundaries because in a way they're already trapped. So why not? And obviously that's what gets people in trouble because in the game of predators, there is always a competition to be the top, scariest, or most, clever. And that game doesn't go well, especially if you weren't really bred for it, but you were bred to be an entertainer in a way. You weren't really made to be this highly manipulative, hyper intelligent, control, tyrannical sort of being, which are born. Some of them feel that way about themselves, but desperately work to not be like that their whole lives. It's about your accountability for yourself. You can be very sick and very unwell, but you know better. And that'll carry you through most of it if you have the dignity to hold on to your true core trust that you and God got this. Everyone else is just teaching you more in a way. So, like I said, Michael Jackson also came up, and I also talked about Toby, but Kobe is also one of those beings that has come through in this last month to kind of pile onto that conversation. And I'm sorry, but like it is so hard to work with these people because I don't know how it works for you, but when I tap into a person, I basically see their entire personality. I see what they've done, I've seen what they're capable of, I see what they think about themselves, I see what they were mostly doing with their time. And sometimes I'm just like, why am I even working with this being? Because they're just so different than me. You know what I mean? I can't relate to some of the mentalities or the choices that these people made and the risks they took with their careers that ended up being fatal because they didn't understand the structure behind what they were hiring in, or like applying to work for. Who they didn't understand who they were applying to work for is the big message. Who did they really apply to work for? A lot of these people didn't know. And now they're trying to come back and tell us who it was. Who? And of course, most likely we're not going to understand or recognize their names. So there's going to be some sort of clever, there's going to be some revelations. There's going to be disclosure about this, about the celebrities who went through these things and who and why and what religion and what rituals and all this stuff. Like, why? Why? Like, it's going to be revealed. The underbelly of, or the bottom of the iceberg is flipping over. It's just flipping over and exposing itself this year. And I think that's also why we did that Bible verse, because it's like, what was it saying? That basically, like, the time was coming, or like, the Lord is coming. It is. So it's tricky to channel other people's words because I don't know them very good and we don't speak the same way. So it's kind of tricky. So I hear what they say and then I like repeat it my words. So listening to a medium, even I know, is hard because they're basically trying their best to translate what they're hearing. So here's an example because I'm getting it again. So Kobe wants to talk to you guys. Okay, so let's try that. I'm just hearing it's like right here in front of my face. See what I can pick up from this. Okay, so it's this face. This face is doing this. So I know that during some of those helicopter crashes, the 5 Marines that passed away, it was like on the same day that they were erecting some of those new Kobe statues to commemorate his own death in a helicopter in LA. That was all happening a few weeks ago. I was getting downloads from Jan Michael Vincent about it, and I didn't know who that was. It was interesting. It's like there's celebrities that are now specifically watching over types of death that happen because they died that way or they were like involved somehow in those types of deaths. So it's like a group now. So it's like, oh, you guys died in a helicopter, and oh, you guys died by poisoning, and oh, you guys died from these machines that might bring you back to life, but not really. And oh, you guys might have died from, and it's like there's little groups and they tell me horrible stuff. Like, it's not great. Like, it's not cute. And I've had to learn all these like religious rites and stuff and like try and have that understanding about where these things derive from. I've had feelings that Isis herself is like telling me, like, I'm sorry, I revived Osiris. Like, that was a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where that came from, but it happened. So with Kobe's spirit, I would say that it's a more complicated case because obviously it is a more public death. Okay. That was a public performance. You know what I'm saying? That went everywhere. It was, look what happened. Not Grimes didn't experience that. She may have her day one day, maybe I don't know. Maybe she'll be like the first person who never dies or something like that. Like her her thing's not over yet, is all I'm gonna say. And like I don't want to spoil it, but I think she's saving something special. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm getting, and it's going to help teach people about protection, whatever it is. So if something's coming through for you that maybe of her past works or something with her, if you're closer to her, and if you are, reach out. If you're a friend of hers or you liked her work, any of these people, reach out to them, be like, hey, if you need to say anything that might help us all along, I'm open to hearing it, as long as it comes with God's grace, I will take it in and see how that message resonates, right? That's all you can do. Usually I wait for like 5 or 6 times to like really be like, okay, this is annoying now. Like clearly Grimes is reaching out to me because blah, 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 blah has happened. And I sit down and I listen to her and I'm like, okay, she's also upset about the way she was treated in the industry and wants to protect people from getting involved, even selling your work. Like who, you don't even need to make work to get famous. It was pretty much the message was like, don't make your stuff with the idea or the thought or the purpose to try and get famous. And some of these people never did, but they got, you know what I mean? But they eventually they got, I don't know, convinced to sell something. And then that's just like, that's the Babylon stuff, I think, too, which I'm not even fully familiar with yet. But don't bother to sell it. The purpose is to distribute, I think. Distribute. If you want, if your art is made for the likes of the world, then share it with the world freely and on as your own entrepreneur. Keep your power. But if it's also just meant to be something of yours and something private, it's okay to keep it that way too. And you don't, other people aren't owed that. You can keep your art to yourself if you want as well. So if someone's like coercing you, like start selling your art because they think you should, but they can't paint or do whatever. That if after like once or twice of you being like, no, thank you, and they keep persisting, that's a next outer layer of trust. That's okay, you're actually going to get pushed to the outer layer because you're coercing me. You see, that is actually a whole part of our culture that's a major issue, especially with women. Coercion. When I went to university and I think it was a women's studies class that I learned this, but it was basically called the rape script, basically, was in society. And if you watch how the Romans dealt with things, they basically just like plowed into a city and terrorized everybody to basically dominate them immediately. So it's been kind of written in that women are vulnerable and that men have to protect women from the potential that they can always be taken advantage of sexually. Like there's nothing women can do, basically. That's sort of the rape script that's underlying a lot of Western culture. And obviously it's a lie because obviously that's doesn't help anybody. You're hurting a sister, sisters and brothers are not meant to be hurting each other, period. So we can't be doing that. Anything that goes along in those lines, just cancel it. It's wrong. Men and women, brothers and sisters got to get along, mutually respect each other's bodies, etc. We know that. But it's crazy how much some people aren't taught that. And that has been proliferating in the deep recesses of people's true behind the scenes behavior, behind closed doors behavior in many of these industries to extremely toxic levels, which most of us know. But it's not the only industry that behaves like that. There's plenty of people who become the intern for a company or a volunteer or what's the word? Like a scribe or a Padawan or a student or like a pastor's boy, like those sort of things. Like there's those roles have been installed, I would say, and are being replicated still. and these scripts of master versus teacher and privatizing information, leveling up, clubs, all this stuff, voting, drama. It's funny, actually, the amount of structure that goes into feeding a disordered engagement between the brothers and sisters of our planet in a way, and how some brothers believe they have nothing to do with sisters and some sisters believe they have nothing to do with brothers, and those sort of extreme levels battling it out. And this is our reality, and our world is kind of like the playground of those extreme ideals, that women are the masters and men are the masters, and then those extremes, and then what's in between, based as those two opinions fight each other with our celebrities. So obviously men's sports are positioned above women's sports. It just is in our society for the most part. So men's sports stars are some of the very top for, I would say, what is that? Fame? I should say fame, recognizability, the captains of the most successful teams and the most successful sport, for example. But here's the deal. This is going to be hard. So this is going to wrap up the celebrity thing because I got to lay something out for y'all real quick. And then I got to go into the rest of the protection lecture and then we're going to stop. So I'm really trying to figure out the way I'm going to word this because I don't have like just the validation of this to validate me in the 3D in a way. So this is me being a little bit audacious. Okay. Have you guys read Charlotte's Web? Okay, so there was a pig, a prized pig named Wilbur, right? So there's this competition and there's plenty of competitions like that with farm stock. So let's just go into livestock. Now, the weird part about all this is it does apply to humans. So here we go. So let's go into the culture of livestock competition. So there's people who will favor and raise a specific member of their livestock because of their particular phenotypes and their abilities to do whatever task that the human particularly values that decade or that century, right? It's pretty subjective in a way. So on the human side, we really like basketball players. On the other side, we want the strongest ox. We want you and all of the farmers of this region to present the strongest ox that you have for us at this competition. Now, in the industry of farm animals, when you get the biggest, juiciest, most glorious turkey or bull or whatever it is, camel, I don't know. When we all decide that, yeah, that one's the best, what usually happens to that animal is what I want to ask you guys. This is the best way to translate what I'm seeing, okay? So I'm trying very carefully because I'm not raised in this world that's this stuff. I've had to learn it. So usually in those cases, it goes sometimes to the highest bidder. Somebody's like, I'm buying that oxen and I'm bringing it to the feast for my family for the honor of this. And yes, I picked the best out of the whole state. So imagine that. I don't know. I'm having a hard time. Like, what do I carry that through? Because I have to be careful. I literally have to be careful. Like, not even kidding. That has been the message. Protection. Be careful. Like, say what you can, but everyone's going to get the images and the information eventually. And the more of us who listen, they will get our true testimony and we will tell them what happened to us. If they really want to know, it's the free will. So if you know somebody who maybe was a prized bull, who, oh no, they lived in the prime of their career. Why? Just call them up on that spirit phone that you call your third eye and ask them to reveal to you what happened. Just know that what they reveal to you may be pretty dark and make you feel like a farm animal in a farm that you do not control. So that's hard. Obviously, it's a part of the reality of the video game that we're in. This is one of the aspects. I've played video games. There's a villain, there's some bad guys, and they're running around. You got to do what you can to avoid them. That's kind of what we're dealing with in a way. It's kind of like spot the people who have these particular beliefs and these particular behaviors and do business very safely and accordingly, and make sure you ask the right questions. And obviously, young pop stars, child actors, child stars do not have any idea, right? They have no idea. They have no idea, and they don't even have the brain to comprehend it yet. We don't even fully develop our brains, our frontal lobe until like 25. So how many of these beings don't even make it to 25? Okay. I know this, I'm probably not even like, it's funny that I had to be in this position to have this conversation. I think it is funny, but what was my concern? And why I went into disclosure was because I was seeing these problems, and these problems are older than me. But I was interested in them. And it caught my eye and was like, this is the direction I wanted research, because I see there's danger here and I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. So instead of turning my back to the danger and going, that doesn't make sense, hopefully I'll be fine, and turning my back to it, I said, oh, excuse me, what? Let me just zoom in on that a little bit. Excuse me? I don't know if I heard you correct. What did you say? Oh, and it's hard because I can't even repeat it on my show. Like, it's that bad. Like, it's sick. It's a sickness. And that's why they say these people are sick. Did you know that you can get your own brain diseases by eating other people with brain diseases? Oh, did you know mad cow is a real thing? And those types of things happen all the time. You guys have seen some evidence of those things like MS. But it's like there's literally like things in your eating the proteins in your brains, or there's proteins eating things in your brains. Like there's all types that look like body parts that are not, that are floating around doing stuff. So yes, I see you guys are picking up what I'm laying down. I'm reading the comments. I'm sorry, I've just kind of disengaged the comments. Some people are really good at like whoop whoop going in and out, but this was a new challenge for me, was to kind of bring forward channeling, which I feel like Kobe still wants to say something, so I'm just going to wait, but I'm just going to read. You guys saw, what was it? Animal Farm? Animal Farm. Yeah, exactly. We read that book. That's another. Okay. And I didn't even get all the metaphors in that one as a kid, but damn, I'm sure now I'd be like, oh my God, like overt symbolism. But as a kid, you don't know, you can't base off of anything. But okay, so we've also here, you guys know what I'm talking about. This is great. I'm going to go over more in a second. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. All pigs are equal, but some pigs are better than others. George Orwell, 1984. Thank you so much, because this is a helpful addition to the workshop. Thank you so much. So George Orwell was coming up a ton when 2020 started, and what happened. People were quoting Orwell all the time. They're like, Orwellian, this is it. And I wasn't even educated in Orwellian stuff very much. I had a little bit, but obviously for good reason. I probably, most of us weren't prepared, which was the point. But you are totally picking up what I'm laying down about the mentality of the beings who buy these people or give them a paycheck or give them a job, and how they really feel about them. It's so hard to do this. This is very difficult. It's like, you can't say that, Alexis. It's like, but you guys can say things. So I'm just going to go like this. Those of you who are aware of cloning technology and the fronts of disclosure, it has rapidly increased since they talked about Dolly the lamb that they cloned once. I remember that vividly. And then it just, like, if you're keeping up with the disclosure of cloning technology, like if you just look that up every day in the news and see what comes in the news every day, that would be very helpful for your protection. I would say probably it's very smart, and to follow along the lines of the conversation we're having right now. If you have a concern, I'm here to help with that. Okay. You watched Animal Farm. Oh, I forgot that they made a little movie. It's good reason why you had to rewatch again. Yeah, and reread potentially. Yes. The mentality is that people aren't people. They're just means to the end. And the technique or the conversation about cloning is coming up too, which is interesting because in agriculture, again, this is moving into agriculture and using those as metaphors for how we're being treated is actually very helpful. So, means to the end, the ability to grow, the ability to grow people, the ability to grow food, the ability to grow an idea, the ability to grow a doctrine, the ability to grow a nation. Those are all taught and known by some beings on this earth. Not everybody gets that knowledge, I'm assuming, because I didn't. But it is a way to form an understanding about humans and take away or separate yourself from your own humanity, is to look at them as if they are an agricultural product or a livestock, which people do. And it happens. We have that conversation. Like, wow, I just feel like farm animals being pushed around in a over penned in like lot of land. And some people get in that position and they make a lot of life changes so they can remove themselves from that situation. And it takes effort, but the needs will beat you. If you're acting out of honor and with love, that will come back to you. You'll be looked after too. That's how I understand, and that's how you can protect yourself. So you may be too afraid to move along, but you've learned that someone's thinking about you like a piece of meat or a paycheck, or they're just claiming any type of ownership over you, which is in a way impossible. Even your own mother, to a certain extent, can't claim ownership over you. She's still going to get tried as a murderer if she kills you. You know what I'm saying? You become a person and you have laws of God with you. Boom. You are sovereign in your existence as a piece of God, and all the same rules apply to you and everyone else. And when people lose track of that, obviously their empathy goes out the window and they start treating people like numbers or like cattle. And it's easy for some people because they're just taking on that responsibility from someone or their parents or their ancestors. But if you have taken on the responsibility of all those people and you feel like you're treating them incorrectly, release them. Release that job, release that responsibility, dissolve the company. Literally, because I promise you something else will be built in its place, something better, or that thing is no longer needed, and do something new. You will protect yourself from the rebuttal of the karma if you keep acting how you know you should be acting. If you keep acting with honor, you will be protected, I would say, on your path forward. But if you start doing things that don't resonate with you, you've relinquished protection over yourself. You have allowed yourself to be vulnerable, basically, to the control of something else and someone else. Now, I've been watching, okay, here, hold on. I've been watching this show, The Chosen, and it is about Jesus and his time as a rabbi, in a way, walking around Jerusalem and such areas, Samaria, and like performing little miracles, and then, you know, gathering the homies and influencing them and having a chit chat and character development. It's very cute. I'm enjoying it. I know that the further episodes, I assume, is not going to go well for Jesus in this story, but I'm not looking forward to that part. But the development and the detail has been phenomenal. Would recommend the show. It's on Amazon Prime, I think, right? Yeah. Easy to find. The Chosen. And today they were like, watch one more episode, Alexis. This will help. And the thing I pulled out of that episode, which will then go on to me channeling now another celebrity, is one of the characters of the disciples or apostles or whatever, he said, it was Simon the heretic or whatever. He said, would you believe this isn't the weirdest thing that's happened this week? As a person who was demonically possessed, writhing and making noises, is crawling towards him. He looks over at this guy, and this guy's like, help me, I'm possessed by demons. And he just looks over at him and he's just like, would you believe this isn't the weirdest thing that's happened to me this week? And in a way, the demon's just like, oh, like it didn't know how to respond to that. Joking. Okay. And it was just such a funny and relatable line. And I was glad that I saw the episode, because that is how I've been feeling now lately with, feeling now lately with the celebrities that are coming up and showing me stuff. And it's like, I'm slowly being conditioned. I can tell, which is a hard part. And a part of why I resisted going into actually being a therapist professionally was because I didn't want to get conditioned and get used to hearing stories about people's pain and suffering. Like, I really was hoping to avoid learning that somebody's parent abused them, because the rage in my body would not be professional. It would be unprofessional response to my clientele. It's not what you're supposed to do as a therapist. You're supposed to basically just ask them for more information and try and get the person to speak and share as much and do as much processing as possible without interjecting your own stuff or your own reactions, even unless it's extremely necessary. And I was just like, I can't do that. I'm so sensitive to people. I cried like right away in my own like pretend therapy session with a random girl student I didn't know because of what she told me. I wept. And I was just like, I can't do this. This is not going to be easy. Like, holy cow, people have been torturing each other out here. No wonder I came into the field, because no wonder everybody was so numb. Like, oh my gosh. And now when I talk to these celebrities, it's just going like this. And they're leveling up. Like, the more intense somebody has endured something, it's like that person's starting to show up for me, and like the new person. And there was a third person that I'm going to talk about after Kobe that I'm remembering now, that physically visited me in a dream, which is audacious, I would say. That's definitely one of the closer contacts I've gotten, where I physically saw them in a dream, because I don't need to, in a way. I can recognize their signature other ways when I'm awake. I'll try and explain that one day, but I'm just kind of doing my best to explain this to you. But the more complicated and dark and twisted the character is approaching me more and more, because I think I can they're like, well, this person did this, well, I did this and this, and then another person comes, well, this person did this and this, but I did this and this. And I'm just like, why are you telling me this? You're already gone. You're paying. Is this you paying your dues? Is telling me what you did? And then what do I do? It's been the question. So what I'm here to do is tell you what they tell me. So Kobe, as many of you know, and Jason and I covered this back when we did a podcast, which was audacious as heck as us to do because of how large of a ritual this actually was. And I think that episode got taken off of Spotify. It's like one of the only ones. Doing a podcast with Jace was crazy because he'll just dive into like the most controversial thing and think nothing bad's going to happen. And I'm like, we've learned that lesson, and that's indeed not the case. If you push too far, they will push back. And I feel like I received one of those in a car accident. So I've learned the sensitivities, and they get offended as well. These people who think they're doing these pagan rituals in their rites, or whatever you call them. There's an older name than pagan for this thing. Like, it's just like the sanitized word for it. But it's like we are still idolizing people who clearly were not obviously worth the idolization, because they were the prized pig somebody bred and brought to the show. You know what I'm saying? They were force fed and sold at the show. Okay? Some of these people got smart enough, obviously, and tried to engage deeper layers and do those things to other people instead of becoming the victim themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's another problem. So that's kind of the direction that we have to go with Mr. Basketball. And the next person who's going to level up that. So here we go. All right. It's okay. So here we go. It's difficult to talk about ourselves as our human earthly selves and what we did in this last life, because after passing away, we obviously get a much bigger perspective and understanding about what we were involved in, what we were doing, how obviously ignorant and naive that we were being, and how lucky we are that there is this benevolent, loving force that we were born from and returned to, that held us and is here to teach us and reveal to all of us what is and isn't. That's nice. I believe through my time now, since it's been a while, I've observed some efforts that are very misled and misguided in order to talk about the deaths of celebrities and political, financial leaders, which you're seeing more now and now. Because people fear death. People fear death on the surface of Earth. And not a lot of people have found that spiritual home or gone past that veil of forgetting to find that loving space that we all really did originate from. They fear it, therefore they idolize it as well. And from perspectives that are obviously unhealthy, limited, limiting, hurtful, and painfully ironic is the word I want to say. For those who fear death, they tend to mingle with death the most and make it a part of their obsession. There is a group of these beings who are being revealed to you all now through many of us who are here persistently and who are strong enough to stand up and speak out even from our place here back home. Many of us have still a mission left on earth, similar to how Jesus did after he died, clearing up and supporting in the spirit world all of the beings who were impacted by idol, by our vision, by our frequency as celebrities. There is karma for that. But there's obviously a massive amount of help. And I want to emphasize that, yes, the Messiah is something we should certainly be talking about. And there is also the counterpart of that some people believe in a very palpable and difficult way. Again, painfully ironic. That'll be explained in a second. These arenas, please don't forget about them. They're still a concern. The arenas is where many of us performed and where we were placed. That's for good reason. I want you to really wake up. Please stop being, I want to say, afraid. Please stop being afraid of stepping in and trying just a little bit to help those of us who are hurt and those of us who are now also being hurt from being ignored. It should be now obvious what's going on with these people, and there should be more concern when we see a new person on a stage, okay? And that's the tears. I'm feeling the pain. Oh. It's pain. Like, it's so hard to watch, when you know, and then what do you say? It's kind of like, that's been the question, is like, what do we say? I don't think a lot of these people even had much experience with what they're experiencing now and the beyond. It's like shock. A lot of them are in shock. And a lot of what the black magic is convincing people of something that's not true. Like, literally, we're so powerful that the only way to do something negative to someone, at least with their mind, is just convincing them of something. And then they self-perpetuate that onto themselves and self-create that negative thing or painful thing. So white magic or positive magic is perpetuating the truth and speaking plainly of love and of compassion and forgiveness and of protection of all the innocent, protection of the naive. And there's still a whole industry of people who are handing over new talent to these industries, handling trafficking, and they don't even fully realize because they've been numb. And in an ironic way, there's been a lot of holdups and stops since 2020 started in that industry in specific, as well as the education system, where these beings, like that flow and that machine, it stopped. And it did. Like, it was amazing. It was a sign. And what is to come this year is going to follow suit and make more understanding of why that happened then and what is to be done, I would say. There's a lot more people who are still alive. This is from him. There's a lot more people who are still alive that I obviously care about, and many of you as well. Some of you know who I'm going to be talking about, and you can understand why I would be concerned as a father. Everyone has those instincts, and of course now I see so clearly what our role is and what's going on. But there is a way to move the timelines and the overall mood and outcomes for humanity in a positive direction. So we are, in a way, with what we have left, are reaching out to people who obviously we would not be talking to in our normal bodies or in our real world now, to spread the word to at least those who can listen about what is going on and what is possible with the momentum, and not allowing these beings in a way to die in vain, including Michael Jackson and including all these people that you know or cared about and their colored past and their one human life that got all twisted up and so bad, molded like clay, and then discarded. There's got to be somebody and someone out there who is going to be able to say the right thing and convince enough people to focus on this concern and save more people from this similar fate. And those moments and that power grab that happens with these beings when power is dissipating from that system because that machine is broken, it's no longer working, the power, the desire to maintain and hold on to that power will create greed and mistakes. And there's going to be an increase before they run out of resources, an increase of consumption. So just, God. Sorry, that's a good sign, but like, sorry. If it helps put things into perspective for you, if it helps put things into perspective for you, this is kind of coming from the group now. Imagine yourselves as if you can be seen from the other side. Imagine the glow that you have and the influence in the work that you're really honestly doing. Who you are as a person, what you've chosen to do with your time. You chose, in a way, in this life, better, I would say, than the beings who chose or were coerced into or something, whatever their excuse is, into the business of selling their art and themselves and so on. Those beings, in a way, are learning from beings who are like you. Still. And that's kind of the thing. It's like we have been placed on this pedestal above all people as if we are some type of supreme beings. But we just had a talent in acting, singing, basketball. It's not like it's that big a deal for the whole collective. It's honestly, those talents don't even make a huge difference to the whole collective unless you really know how to utilize them. So in a way, while you may feel honored or excited maybe because when a celebrity maybe is coming to you from beyond to talk to you, to teach you, don't feel starstruck is what I want to say. Feel a camaraderie with beings who finally remember their humanity and who we are as a group after their distorted lifetime or their hypnosis they received to think that they were the special pig. You know what I'm saying? Because it didn't work out for them at all. Didn't work out, that false sense of superiority. It definitely backfired. And that was on purpose. It's almost like you convince somebody to have this inflated self-importance so they will be their undoing. They will receive the karma from that. It's like they're set up to fail. So finally, now that more is going to be coming out about Kobe and whatnot, and you have the ability, this is the other thing, not everything's going to be front page news, okay? There's going to be articles and so on that slide right underneath most people's noses if you're not paying attention. So if there's anyone in particular, make sure you're looking up their name and seeing who's writing about them and where it's coming out, because it's not going to be all front page news, but it will make its way to you to validate you on your path of whatever you got to do with whoever on your spirit team of Team God, Team Ascension of Earth into world peace and joyous jubilance. I hope that's your internal goal. If it's not gonna, I feel like nothing else is really gonna work out. I'll be honest with you. I think that's the baseline of what in the programming of this, of life. So if you got to play the game of life, you got to use the base programming of life, in my opinion, or you'll corrupt and you'll lose your body and you'll have to start again. So I want to say that all the actors, all the celebrities I've tapped into have shown me dark stuff. So they are not innocent. No, they have done things to hurt other people. Probably wouldn't if they weren't in the scenarios they were in, or environments they were coerced in, but still it happened. They made the choice. Instead of taking it on themselves, they perpetuated. Both choices are there. It's sick. It's sick, and it's unfortunate that that's how things end up with people. So if you hear things and you're like, how did I learn about that? Where did that come from? Just for the most part, just probably believe it, because these information has to come through eventually. It's like they have to expose their own soul. They have to tell their own sins to us. It's like they have to tell us somehow what they did so they can clear their karmic imbalance. We think this truth about them, but it's all a lie. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they can move on until those lies are sorted out. So that's also for us, is to protect yourself. Don't leave any dirty laundry or unfinished business, is what I want to say, in this life. Don't make any unfinished business. Even if you have like boxes of stuff left at one of your parents' house and they've been asking you to pick them up, and you're like, well, wouldn't, you're my parents, you're supposed to want my stuff and want to cherish me, and why would you remove all pieces of me? And there's plenty of that, like these microaggressions that people like, you got to do this and clean this up. And you're like, well, why do I got to do that? Because it's fine there. Don't do that. Say, okay, thank you, and take it back. Take it back, clean it, dismiss it, get rid of it, do whatever it is. Like, don't fight that. Don't fight the finishing of the business that is happening in your life, because that's how you elevate into the higher frequencies, higher timelines, all of that. You finish the business and you move on. In the astral space, for example, you may dream and then you're walking around your house and it's filled with clutter. This dream happens a lot, or a lot of people that you've never seen. This happens to me too. Like, I've done this, multiple cleanses I've done. This has happened. In the astral, you see all the matter and the crap, or the people that are stuck in your aura, or stuck in your body, or stuck in your gut flora from all the parties you went to and all of the people you lived with and blah, 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 all the people you slept with, all of this, all of that baggage is stuck in your spirit. So pack it up, start sending it away. And in this realm, clean your house, clean up everything you don't need, get rid of it, send it to someone else. There's always a young person about to move into their new apartment who has no money and needs stuff. Like, put it on the street side. We can drop it off in front of a college dorm. Like, I don't know. There's always youth that need help. Like, if you have too much stuff, you're like, oh, this reminds me of my great grandma and she was evil. Like, give it a kiss, spray it with some holy water, and donate it. Like, bury it in the backyard. I don't know, but finish your business, because you'll have to do it afterwards still if you don't. And some of these people have died with major amounts of unfinished business and confusion and lies left on the earth plane. And I feel like they have to figure that out to move on. So, speaking of astral experiences, and let me make sure that I got everything. I've already been going so long, but this is a big deal. This was a huge one. I didn't know how this was going to go, because they added a whole new aspect of people, like dead celebrities, trying to talk to you guys about this and joining my workshops to help. Astral space, the other day, I was in a spaceship, or like a galactic ship, like Star Trek kind of style quality, over the sun, or a sun. There's a mad scientist in there, a big viewing hole, and I was watching some of the henchmen get convinced to jump into the hole and jump into the sun, because there would be a portal potentially for them to jump into some beautiful bubblegum and rainbow universe. Didn't seem like that's the direction they actually went. Looks like they incinerated immediately, and that was a poor choice. In that same dream, after I finished up with that, stopped more people from jumping into the sun off of our ship, I went into a room. I laid down on a table. I laid down on a table with an apparatus kind of hold my head. This apparatus placed some things on my temple gently, like any old normal video game, like headphones even. It was very gentle. And an arm came over with like a video game handle, and then it started beaming into my head, and I woke up in this reality. So I was like, oh, that's fun. Like, am I beaming here from a ship? But before I did that, before I was hooked up and leaving or logging into this reality or whatever I did in that dream, it was very funny. In and through the room walked the infamous Robin Williams again. And he's been creeping around the corners of my consciousness, and he hasn't quite told me what he wants. Why me? Why this? But he was there in the ship with me, and he was leaving as I was about to log in and come back here with you guys. He was leaving, and I said, basically like, hey, I just said, hey, nice to see you, or something like that. Or, hey, have a good one. I think I said, hey, have a good one. Because it's like a gesture when someone's leaving, like, have a good day, have a good one. And homie basically, like, this was the energy he gave me. Acted out. So he's walking out the door, and he looks over, and he was just kind of like, and just like kept walking out the door. Like, oh, she did see me. She did see me. Like, oh, okay, hi, yeah, out the door. We've already talked about good old Robbie on one of our streams, the February stream. And homie has not revealed much because he speaks a unique language. And I don't know if you remember his acting and his talents, but those guys all talk the same beyond. Like, they talk like they talk. It's not like this monotone voice. It's them. You can hear them. You can see how their brain works. And in a way, I don't even talk to people verbally. I'm a telepathic talker. I see things in people's minds and I hear what they're saying at the same time. So for homie, immediately I kind of telepathically reach out first and check on his brain. Like, what is he thinking? Where is he at emotionally? Blah, blah, blah. What's going on? And then I want to see if there's any language. So I verbally engaged, and I didn't get any verbal back, but I did get body language back, which for me is enough. And the body language basically said, I'm guilty. I feel guilty, but I am still here, and I am still trying to engage, even though I'm not sure quite yet how or what is appropriate. Like, I don't quite know yet because I feel guilty about what I've done. And that's the energy he gives me. So again, out in public, you can feel that on people. That person feels guilty. They're unpredictable. Guilty people, unpredictable people, unpredictable. They feel guilty, stay away from them. They have some unfinished business. They're not in your reality. Like, they're not ready to engage the heart reality, the heart chakra plane of existence that we can all log into and access. Guilty people, they can't love themselves, so they can't love others. You know what I mean? There's that breakdown of empathy there in a way for themselves and then for others, because even if you make a mistake, you have to learn to forgive yourself if you want to move on and try again. You can't just go into paralysis and die, even though some people do. And then they're reborn and they got to do it again. Like, we got to learn. You can't escape the lessons. And I believe that homie is skirting around because, in a way, he doesn't feel welcome, almost because he doesn't feel worthy of having a conversation with beings that are not from their circles and not involved in any of the sketchy stuff. But when I tap into his mind, I see a lot of flowers. Florals. I see. Yeah, he's got more of a picturesque brain. It's interesting. Like, I know that he was some type of special guy and like he was an interesting, unique artist, but I see a lot of florals in a way in his brain, and I see that there was this intention there to be safe and be reliable with children, but he didn't feel safe with them in a way, or he didn't trust himself either. And there was this tension there and a challenge for him. And I think that he struggled very much to actually be understood because he thought in such colorful and they more symbolic ways. And so actually speaking his mind and speaking his opinions wasn't his strong suit, is what I want to say. And so it's really hard now because now I'm getting the information. Okay, this is from him. So this is really hard now because so many of you are such good talkers. You're such good orators and speakers, and you're so bold and intelligent. And honestly, I don't see myself as a very intelligent man, is kind of what I'm getting. And I do have guilt and a lot of emotions, and really it's a struggle for me to even speak up. But I do want to help, but I'm not sure where I can be of best use yet. And that's a part of me kind of coming to the light and reawakening out of my like own slumber, or my own like wandering through the astral desert all by myself. Like the movie Soul that Disney or Pixar released, they really helped depict those who were lost in the spirit world and what it looked like on both sides, from on this side of things and on the other side of things, what that looks like, and how to wake up those souls and reinvigorate them even on the other side. And in that movie, what they did is they made a circle around the soul and they began playing instruments and singing and dancing. And it like shook off the sleep from the soul and allowed them to become aware again in the spirit world. And then their counterpart in the real world, which may have been some type of, banker or something, and he woke up, in the spirit world he was reinvigorated, and then he woke up in this world and quit his job and wanted to live a more creative, spiritually aligned life. So it feels to me like a part of him went to sleep, but his physical form tried really hard to keep up, but a part of his spiritual self went to sleep. And now there is again this attempt to kind of bridge those two worlds, but the spiritual self of him is so kind of like, it's tired, it's like kind of shriveled, is kind of the energy, is kind of like to protect itself, I assume. And this may be the case with a few of these celebrities, that they could have gone in both directions, just like shut down and wandered lost. And I think now I'm understanding that's what your purpose is, dude. So that's fantastic. So you've come from that place, and you've, whatever music or something re-enlivened you or something on the other side. Maybe other celebrities came and woke you up. I don't know. But if you could help us find others who are stuck like that and start cheering them up and playing them some music and showing them some flowers and wake up their spirit again, then we can work with them and we can help. I think that would help. Does that sound good? Yes, he knows about a lot of children, is what I'm seeing. It's like he's not sure what to do yet about that. It's like, but you got to work with others. Like those of you who want to help with his mission and that, I guess now is your chance. I want to say direct, physically your prayers, your voices are heard in the spirit world, just so you guys know that. So that's why you have to say things out loud, because it's not just, it's controlling this reality, but also reverberates through the others so everyone can get the message. Yeah, there's something stuck in his own childhood that he is trying to repair, is what I'm seeing. And I don't know about his childhood, so Shout out. I mean, so relatable, so many people, but sometimes it really just switches your spirit off. And it's like he hid in his creative brain, and that's how skirted past everything. It's just being almost incoherent and uncontrollable in the creative part of his brain instead. Interesting. So that's good. I'm glad I cleared that up. It was just part of the channeling process was like, okay, this is what you're doing. This is what you look like. This is what it feels like. This is what you're showing me. Oh, this is what you need. This is the solution. Okay, here we go. Chills. Oh, okay, nice. Some people are getting some chills. That's good. Thank you for your feedback on that. I definitely got chills a few times in this video. So, okay, here we go. We've got another question, another celebrity. Okay. James will say Carrie because hey, there's no longer word for Robin, but I can say James. Okay, so James. Oh, you guys are so funny. It's like you literally bring them up and then I call them and then I see them and then I'm like, oh, oh, oh no. So I'm trying not to be judgmental or rude, but it's like visceral responses are real. So immediately I got an ew feeling. So that's not great. We are still working with this reorientation, is what I want to say. Interesting. So there's a little bit of almost the sense that people can go running into the spirit world through some of these and like take it on, like Valhalla, like yeah, like I'm going to Valhalla, similar deal, and they go running into the afterlife, and they're there to destroy, and they're there to conquer, and you're like, and then they realize there's no momentum behind any of their punches, and they're like, is this a dream? And you're like, so there's some beings like that, and it feels like sometimes they will even just run blindly into the spirit world and run past everybody with their guns blazing and their swords up, and they're just running. And they run and run and run and run, and they're just screaming. And they run out of fuel eventually. And they're just like, where's the battles? And their spirit gets tired eventually. And then they're just like, wait, where am I? And you're like, oh, good. Welcome. Take a deep breath. Everybody's been standing right behind you, just waiting for you to turn around and join the party and the viewing party, basically. So if you're done running and trying to defeat the whole spirit world by yourself, why don't you join the party and see the impact that you had on Earth and the resolutions that need to come of it as well? And I think some of those beings are like that. And I'm kind of getting that energy off of James. And a lot of people actually enter the spirit world, but they don't leave their bodies. And that's a whole other thing, like astral projection and dreaming and dying by accident, like out of body experiences, like you nearly die, but you get pulled back by your silver cord, like your body, you're not done with your body yet, you're sent back. Those people can enter the spirit world. Meditators can do it. You can enter the spirit world like I'm doing it. I'm doing it too. You can enter the spirit world and come back here. And some people do it by accident, like I said, psychedelics. There's some sort of shamanistic path. And they enter and they're there for the first time. They see beings and they see energies and they see situations and stuff that's nothing like here. But they feel expanded. They feel untethered to the fear of death or like the fear of hell. And they live more gleefully. Some people have a bad experience in the spirit world because they went really deep and dark. They saw something they didn't like. And then, of course, they were going to fear dying because that's what they think is going to meet them there. You guys, there's so many things I want to do. This is so fun. Any training techniques for telepaths? Absolutely. Just ask people. if ask them before they say it. Were you about to say this? Were you thinking of this? You'd be surprised. And just that'll work that muscle in your brain. Rework it. He's still alive in this timeline, I believe. That's kind of what I'm getting, is kind of like this one's still wrangling around in the spirit world and in a physical flesh in a way, I think. So that one was a little weird. It was like, oh, I've been in the spirit world, but I'm not like, and I was just like, oh, okay. You think a lot of yourself. Interesting. Well, it's going to be humbling then, because you're still on the other side of that lesson. It feels like the people who think they're all that in this life, when they die, they realize, hey, that's probably actually wasn't the case. It's a humbling experience. And then they're like, please let me go back. Okay. His commencement speech at Naropa was very interesting, an awakening. James's, indeed. My dad worked with him once and said he was not the nicest guy. Okay, yes, very nice. That's what I was getting as well. Okay. There's a tribe in Africa where they place guilty people in the middle of a circle, and everybody's going to say the nicest things about that person so they remember his light. This is an excellent way we can do this. And obviously when somebody dies, a celebrity dies, this is in a way kind of what happens, because us naive people are like, oh my God, we're going to miss them. And it's like, and then obviously the people who know them will also get their chance to say something. So in a way we kind of do this now, but it's not with the same level of intimacy that I would say is necessary. And that is more done in these, I would say, in groups of people who live together full time in the same place. Yes, I can do a video about training the techniques and visiting the spirit world to communicate, and about projection and astral plane, but it's crazy because I have learned these things through the grapevine of people in the new, not the new, but like the more modern, everybody posts their spiritual beliefs online kind of era that we're in. What I didn't know is that a lot of these spiritual beliefs come from really fucking twisted, excuse my language, religious rituals that come from other planets. I'm just going to go there. So yeah, I was like, oh, some of the things I thought I knew actually maybe came from this weird book. And I'm like, oh, don't associate with that. But that one idea is true. So I guess it'll be true in all the books. And then he just had to basically derive without people thinking I'm affiliated with anybody, which has been weird. At first I didn't know, and now I know, and I'm like, oh, some people must have thought I was evil because of the things I was talking about, but I didn't learn them through an evil teacher. I learned them through a bunch of other random people who were nice and talking about the techniques, like didn't give me any weird vibes. I trusted these people, and I engaged the techniques. So you can use them based off of your intentions matter, but the techniques are available for everybody is basically the bottom line there. And for this workshop, I know I've already talked a lot, and I'm sorry in a way I'm not trying to waste your time, but there was a lot of downloads for this, and I'm hoping that this was entertaining. But I was given the code for the word is infinite protection. Now, I'm not trying to sell this to you. It is simply, this is all about retraining the mind in a way. Our grandest protection is basically the script we say to our subconscious and our conscious mind. Like, it's so important. So I'm trying to give you words and new phrases and ideas that unlock these things. Words are my medicine. Here's the infinite protection technique, which will involve all of this stuff that we just talked about. Now, many of you may be aware that there is time, space, and space time. How they suss out the dimensions and the densities of our realities or our fractal universe is through the conversation sometimes of different densities and different dimensions, which have different properties in physics and so on. So that's the logical side of things. That's kind of like, if you want to Google what I'm talking about, those are the words that will give you more information. What it's not going to give you is the use case of this stuff in a way. But there is an understanding that we are in a density where we are on linear time. So we're moving, time is kind of like that baseline for us, is that we're moving forward in time and things change. And we're in systems that change, like a solar system and our seasons and so on. Change is rotating all the time. We have highs and lows, conditions of cold and hot. Life, it's like the bubbling brook of life. Like you have to have these forces talking all the time, right? Well, good news is that there is also time travel. And this isn't what people think. Obviously, we've seen the DeLorean and the Back to the Future kind of vibe, and that's again technological. I'm talking about organic time travel. This is considered the fourth density, in my understanding, which is time, basically, and dealing with the concept and the understanding of time and its realness. It's manipulatable consistency. Maybe time is ether or something. So accessing the ability with our memory to go anywhere in this lifetime in our mind or in our memory, in our imagination, right? In our internal space, the you and God, your inner circle. You and this being, you and you, basically, on your inner circle are capable, most part. There is ways to mess with your memory, but let's just go basics here. Your ability to access your memories allows you to travel through time in a palpable, effective, changeable way. And it is how you can infinitely protect yourself. And the extent of this is not known to me. This is all the stuff that I talk about on my channel literally is downloaded from my own brain. Like I am sitting in meditation, getting these ideas all the time. Maybe you heard it the other week from somebody. Good. It's coming through the collective. I'm happy to be the voice that speaks English that's translating this. Maybe I'm having fun. But time travel. So let's just do an exercise, okay? To make this more concrete. We're going to use a scenario that is not specific to anybody to make this less emotional on me, because empathy hits me and then I'm like, oh. Let's imagine there is a little boy. His name's James. And this is relevant for me and my paternal lineage as well, James. So this is just this, and literally the Bible and the lineage of Christ and all that's important. So let's talk about James. Okay. Relevant name. James. James comes into your office. You're a psychologist, you're a healer, you're blah, blah, blah. You're an energy worker, you're a seer, you have some skills, you've been working on them. Somebody wants help. Sits down in front of you. James goes, when I was 5 years old, I was abandoned at a train station. And I was terrified, and it changed the trajectory of my life. It was the point in which I lost faith in my parents. It's the point of I lost faith in God. I was tossed into the abyss, and my spirit struggled so very hard to recover from that. Whatever it is, there's always something that, in a way, wakes up to someone to be like, hey, wait a minute. I'm not being perfectly taken care of all of a sudden. Accountability for the self awaken, and it like births in us. Oh, I'm accountable for myself all of a sudden. Mom and dad can't even hear my screams. Oh, it's that self-actualization moment. But those moments, they can be traumatizing and they can come in really hard. But you are a time traveler, because the fact that James is sitting in front of me, remembering this moment in his history, means that we him, me, and every single person that he tells with the proper intention can go back in our mind's eye to that moment, especially James. James specifically must do this. He can go back in that time in his memory and stand with himself. James can go back, stand with himself as he is now, with the knowledge he has now, and protect and look after and fill that space and in that timeline with light. Fill it with light. Fill it and fill it and fill it with light and love and protection. And that's day one of that exercise. And then James comes back to the office the next day and goes, my mom called me and apologized about leaving me at the train station when I was 5, and I've never talked to her about that. Okay, excellent, James. Good time traveling. Let's do it again. Let's go back. Let's go back to that moment and let's go back to that memory, okay? We're going back. We're there. You see yourself, you feeling the feeling, your heart's racing. We're going through that again. How do you feel, James? How do you feel now? Well, it seems like, I'm not as afraid, or, I'm feeling a little more confident. And I'm like, okay, great. So now let's do it again. We're going to fill it with light. We're going to fill the memory with light, and the best case scenario, love, and best case scenario, and light and support, and the feeling, the warm feeling, as if you've gone to heaven and you're embraced by heaven itself. Fill that memory with that energy, because we are the creator. We know that energy. And behind the scenes of all of this, that energy remains. Next day, James comes to the office. Hey, James, how are you feeling about that? Oh my God, I rode on a train for the first time in my life yesterday, and it was so much fun. I think I'm going to become a train conductor. Okay, James, let's sit down and let's go into your memory and let's see. This is literally, stop. Here we go. They're like, oh, wait a minute. That's time traveling. You're really teaching time travel. Wait a minute. Stop. When they don't flinch on the flies on their face, they're a clone, by the way. Anyways, so James comes in the office the 4th time, and instead of James coming in the office alone, James brings his father. They come in for a family therapy. And together, we discuss for the first time that situation that happened when he was a child. And the breakthroughs have commenced, and misunderstandings are explained, and apologies are given again. Okay, now all of us together in meditation, we're going to go back to that day, everything that we can remember about it, and we're going to hold little James again in our light. Me, your friends, your family, your parents, whoever it is you've brought into this healing circle, we are now going to again and go back in that time and engulf you in God's love, like our collective, the best love, the best light, the best of everything, to know that this child is perfectly protected and safe, and that they have even better potential than they know, and that we are giving them access to that potential now. And then next week, James comes to your office, or next day, James is all of a sudden a multi-billionaire because he decided to talk to a train conductor who was ready to sell off his company. And he just liked James and was like, you can have it. You know what I'm saying? Better timelines all of a sudden. So that was the biggest clue, I would say, or the biggest piece, I would say, of this workshop that was trying to come in and be taught today, was this time travel capacity to protect yourself. And the more you do it, the more you'll see the results, and the more you will repair, and the more you literally from that point in time can jump better timelines and create better opportunities for you in the present. And that's what I was seeing. And I'm sure there's probably someone who's like, well, I knew that. Good. I didn't know that all the way. So I'm telling it now because this is a diary. So I'm like, hey, I learned these things. Here you go. Psh, that's what I do. So I can learn new things and new things and new things. Now, for your protection, we are going to do some precautionary things as well for your home. So, if you have a welcome mat in front of your house, please get rid of it. Thank you so much. You do not want an open season welcome mat in front of your house or any sign that says welcome. Don't do it. Don't have those, in my opinion. People are looking, there are spirits wandering, okay? The cryptids also came through for this because there is a specific type of cryptid called the Wendigo. And there's also the dog beings as well, which is those guys are having they're having a hard time hiding themselves now. They're kind of running amongst us in a way, and they are haunting people. If you feel like something's beckoning you and projecting ideas in your head and trying to get you to come out of your house, don't go there. And if you have a welcome mat, that's probably why they're there. They're like, hey, come on out. This guy already has they already don't know what they're doing. So this will be an easy target. So get rid of your welcome mats. Please recode the front and all your entrances with some other intention. Do it with some water, salt water or something, and just splash it even like this is protected or like whatever you want to say, even more specific. In this door only walks friends. Out this in and out of this door only walks the friends of God and of love and of life. Something like that. Um gosh, now I'm getting to the dregs of the end. Ah, okay, here is another one. So again, another idea about the livestock. Basically, like they're the prized pig, and oh wow, you won the competition. You are the prized pig. Good for you. Now come on back, and I'm gonna make you into some sausages. Okay. With this in mind and the idolization, it's an unsafe position to be it as the prized thing. It's not a safe place to be. You do not want to be there. Don't want to be the prized thing, right? What we've now been talking about, and a lot of us have been talking about, is that we want a round table. We want the round table, right? We want everyone to be on the equal playing field and everyone equidistant from each other during the meetings. But I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's still people sitting at those round tables who think that they're the head of that table. Isn't that fun? The round table. Someone at that table thinks they're more important than you and that they deserve more of the time that that circle is holding. They believe most of that time is actually meant for them and their word, their say on things. There's still people at the round table who believe this about their themselves. I don't know if you've ever been in one of those circles, but I've been in many of those circles as I was politely and trying to participate with a few of the other wandering star seeds at these festivals and events and very gentle, low key things that I attended for the most part. And it was astonishing to me how much of the circle's energy one human was just so willing to take for themselves with no and not able to hold that same space for anyone else and was not holding themselves to any expectation to even absorb anything anyone else was doing in that circle. Okay, this is a problem. Okay, we have a problem with that. So that's a problem. That's not going to protect anybody. That's also going to show you who is likely to sell you out, who is likely to betray you, and who is likely to make a mistake is somebody who thinks the circle is theirs. You know what I'm saying? So when you see somebody starting to get in that place, again, we've talked about the circles of trust. We've kind of talked about a lot about circles. I don't know if you've noticed, circles was kind of coming through for this. If there's somebody in your circle, formally or informally, who's behaving like that, and you've mentioned it, hey, you know, there's actually all of us are also in this circle, and I believe that you haven't quite heard actually out everybody. And I think you actually maybe have taken a little bit too much time to of our communal time. You've taken on a little bit too much without realizing it and not leaving enough or a fair amount of support for everyone else in the circle. Please, if you need to have that conversation with somebody you hope, they're your kid, obviously, at your dinner table, that's a wonderful conversation to have. Become self-aware of the shared time that everyone else is giving. Okay. Everyone's time is valuable. We're all going to live and die. We're all on a clock. Okay. The circle is upon us all. And make sure that you don't allow even your own children to do that, dictate that in your life. And I know it's easy because some personalities are crazier than others, but you as the guardian and the leader of your household, you got to do that for freaking humanity. Please be sure that at least they knew from your perspective that that's how things go. Give them at least a chance to participate in a circular way instead of in a pyramidal way or a tyrannical way or whatever, if you can. And again, if there's beings in your circle and they don't listen to reason, you can go, oh, yes, that is brain damage. Unfortunately, I have to go there again. Unfortunately, brain damage is the solution for pretty much everything that people are struggling with. And that's my argument is from my background. It's like, yeah, that squishy little thing in there. Yep. Ooh, and they know what damages what, and they know at what milligrams, micrograms. The chemists, they worked very hard, fueled by chemistry as well, which we talked about earlier, the chemistry of the drug culture and how those derived chemicals are being pushed in our schools and in competitive business areas and so on, depleting everybody, turning their souls off and such. So if people in your circle are acting like you're not even in their circle, and then get rid of them because they're not in your circle and they are not going to look out for you. They're showing you how unreliable they are, and it's okay. You have to be mature enough to know who is reliable and who is not reliable and constantly be monitoring that, because brain damage can happen in an instant. You can have it overnight. You can have something drastically go sideways, and then all of a sudden they're looking at you with weird eyes and they're staggering a bit, and you're like, wait a minute. Did you maybe want to go get that checked? And of course, they probably will not ever. So just, oh, okay. Well, do I want you holding a baby? No. All right. Outer circle. Have a good time with talking to yourself. Okay. So for protection, there is a Turkish symbol called the evil eye, which is like a dark indigo glass with a white circle in the middle and then like a black circle in the center. And it's supposed to be like a big blue eye, basically, or something looking at you. And it's supposed to basically show that there is an observer at all times. The remote viewer that me and a few of my friends have learned from has a famous line, is the cosmic mind is always watching, which is always like God is always watching or whatever. Gaia's Akashic records are always recording you. Like whatever you have to say, there is a permanence to your choices. And it's because water is it picks up everything. It remembers everything. So you're doing it to the water in you, and you're going to pee it out. And it's, you know what I'm saying? Like you were creating good vibes, bad vibes. You got to figure that out. But your intention should be to create more good vibes, especially if you're not feeling very great. Then you know for sure. But when you're feeling good, you want to make more. So both sides, good vibes win. But this evil eye and this symbol can be misinterpreted. And I've noticed on social media that they will actually flag you sometimes for using it, and it will actually encourage more attacks. So sometimes using overt, in your face proclamations of protection will automatically encourage a rebuttal. So I've noticed that on my page. When I used it one time on my bio, my page got like cloned like 4 times, and then all those clones started harassing people for money. And I was like, what? Don't use that emoji again. Like, dang, like that was weird. So that was just one of those messages, but I still like it as an aesthetic thing. And obviously it matters on your intention and your lineage. But I've also noticed that these tools that are meant to be like those protective tools may also encourage a little bit more rebuttal because of the belief or the fear you have entered that contract with. Like, I fear I'm not protected enough, so I need this thing. That message reverberates in the world, and then what you fear will likely come and challenge you, and either that thing will help you or it won't. But the lesson will be, you'll attract that lesson more so. And the cryptids, the bad ones, obviously, they will look for those signs too. They will look for signs of fear. They'll look for you to be afraid of them. And they will pick on the weak, obviously. That's what wolves do. Like, they all those predatory animals, they're looking for the weak one because they don't want to put up a big fight. That's dangerous for them. The least amount of cost is pick on the weak. Don't forget that, because that's just predators, scavengers even. But there are protectors that are not the bad guys, who aren't going to lure you, but are going to whisper sweet nothings to you and show themselves in certain ways to show you that they're also hanging out and they're also a homie, a friend, and they want to help or they want to support you. And those of you who maybe have interacted with cats or dogs or other animals that are your pets, you've maybe felt that sort of kinship or that unconditional love and mutual protection with your animals and your I would say the peers that are not human beings but live with you from other species. Then there are beings like the Sasquatch, and you kind of like rammed in at the very last second, Sasquatch, and that sort of cryptid right at the last minute was like, hey, wait, I want to say something. When it was basically like, if you aren't familiar with the Sasquatch, at least the benevolent one, there's some that are kind of, there's some beings in a similar kind of category of shape, but not behavior, that are also amongst, and there's many experiments running around. They all kind of figure themselves out, and some of them eventually die, and nature recaptures that essence, and hopefully those experiments end their misery, literally. But there are real beings who are, like the Sasquatch and stuff, who are aware of us, aware of where we're coming short, where we haven't yet figured out, because they're considered our older brothers and sisters. They've been sort of here learning a little longer. That's the understanding for most of us. And they're so in tune with nature that they can literally just like walk past us and we can't see them because our frequencies are different. And we've engaged half technologically here at Atlantis. And so we've, in a way, lost our ability to connect to nature. That half, I would say, is potential. So those of us age, we might move away from tech and engage fully in nature tech and hang out with the Sasquatch more and learn from them. And a lot of people are right now, to this day, people I know, deciding to move into the woods and work with the elemental spirits and like those guys, because they were so friendly and they were so open. They were so mutually understanding, I would say, more than the people that these people were living with and so on. So they literally felt more comfortable in the woods with the elementals. Some people do, and some people go along and they do that and they're fine. Some people wander into the woods and hope that any elemental or anything in the woods is going to be friendly, and they just set up shop somewhere and disturb somebody's home and piss somebody off. So be careful how you engage in nature and where you set up shop, because pretty much all of us were trained and have a deep territorial instinct, because we would literally suffocate if we got too close. So there is a little bit of that instinct of, hey, whoa, we need a little territory here. I need a little movement room over here. So if you set up shop on someone's house, they're going to tell you. And they might tell you where you can go better to just make it a little bit better and compromise with you. I think that's probably the direction most of that would go, if you're willing to have that conversation. So even if you need to draw up a map of your yard or your property and draw where you are and be like, where do you want me to go? Like, where should I move the house? Like, they might come over and draw it on the map for you. Just draw a picture of a square on another piece of your property and be like, you'll see it in the morning. Like, that'll be their response. Like, people are literally having these types of interactions. This isn't out of the left field. But some people are living in cities like me. I grew up in a city. I'd never really engaged with full nature, but we were always on the edge a little bit of nature, a little bit of touch of nature always. So I always had a little bit of understanding and communication with beings. It was mostly birds. But the big guys obviously have to hide in the woods amongst the big guys, like the trees. So it's a little bit of a, special situation to engage them. But they also like to run around the desert, is what I'm learning. There's trees and stuff amongst here too. But if you're ever feeling a lack of protection, and because maybe you don't have a lot of friends or you're kind of on your own, I would say that maybe the Sasquatch and the cats, those two are kind of coming up. So caring for a cat is a lot. They're not as gnarly as a Sasquatch for sure at all. And obviously cats can still get in trouble, but they're a fantastic first or front of the lines defense system is a cat in your life for real. Dog is an amazing one too, and their unconditional love in a different way, and their eagerness to participate with you and live life with you to the fullest is intoxicating, but isn't always embraced by people. They get too busy to do that with their dogs, and the dogs struggle. But so the Sasquatch beings are basically saying to me is, listen, protection is an interesting topic, but without fear, we want to encourage you that there are other forces that love you and care about you on this planet and understand you as your elders or brothers and sisters, where you're coming from for the most part, and they can see that you mean well, or person by person, we can judge your character pretty easily. We have those abilities. It's a must in our society, basically. And if you are feeling unprotected, just know that there are beings like us out here, and there are many more. And if you want help and you want to team up with other beings and be more communal on your own planet, then reach out, open your heart, and connect with who you feel like you should, and who doesn't like a gift. A great way to connect is a gift, and it doesn't have to be fancy. It could even just be a nice arrangement of rocks to be a picture, twigs, something, some sort of benevolent effort to show a message or connection. And in that way, there is that mutual bond formed and a communication started. And that connection with us, and then those forms and those bonds you make with the other beings that wander around Earth, either by feeding the birds or, I don't know, all the things you can do that, the animals love, that is going to further deepen your understanding and the mutual protection that we're all doing for each other in nature. I've released a video about this recently, but the forest birds can literally tweet faster, 2 times faster than the hawk can basically approach and try and kill any of them if they're seen. Like if they can see them, then they can get the word out pretty much and scatter before any predator comes through. So the thing is like, oh, the friends of the forest, everybody hears the bird. Some birds repeat it, some chipmunks repeat it. Like they send the message amongst, and then they're gone. The predator can't hunt there. And it's a similar deal. It's like the more connected you feel with the beings of our planet who are naturally engaged with Mother Earth, who are on the schedule or are getting it, who want to live, to thrive, engage us, and know that we are mutually protecting each other and that we are a greater family of Earth. It's kind of the message. And those of you who saw that there is a stingray in one of the zoos in the United States that's pregnant, and they can't tell you exactly how it got pregnant. They think it's may have even gotten pregnant from a whole different species of animal that's in the tank, which is a very bizarre conversation. But sharks and stingrays maybe share the same lineage, where they are able to miraculously or immaculately conceive all on their own and create a clone basically of themselves if there is no mating partners. But this keeps coming up, and immaculate conceptions in nature are coming up more. And I think this is something we should keep talking about. Okay. So I'm like, ooh, there's a couple things here just to wrap it up. So basically, the last thing I have on here is another conversation about AI, and then I'm going to read your comments. This has probably already happened, but now it's becoming apparent on the public end. But you can literally type in a world event, for example, any historical world event that's been somewhat accurately recorded in the last 20 years, maybe, where there's a ton of eyewitnesses, everybody had a phone. The story is much more fleshed out because witnesses and information, right? Think of a time. Now, all you have to do these days is get one of these programs now, these AI programs, these art programs, and you can literally type the exact, event. Be like, please rewrite this nonfiction event in Western fiction template. Sometimes I have to like pause because it's like the point was just so clear to me. How to retell a fictional, or sorry, a nonfiction event, which is a real life event, nonfiction, it's factual in a way. How do you tell a non-fictional event, which maybe is a very controversial truth, the actual real event, maybe the full truth of that event, the full disclosed, no redacted documentation of that event, right? There's that, those documents are out there. I don't get to see many of them, but I do. I do see them. It's interesting. And I think they know that, and they've been releasing that. Like, the psychic ability for us to see all is kind of already engaged. So it's kind of just this like waiting game of all of us actually being curious enough to care, because that information has to be released. But anyways, so they're doing it like this. They're going, we need to retell this non-fictional event, but we're going to do it in the form or the guise of a fiction story in this type of whatever style, like Western, like I said, which is a common one, or space. Space is another common one. Westerns went to space. Like, they basically expanded Westerns into space stuff. So, anyways, that is the biggest concern, I would say, as well. That has been disclosed to us now. It's public. Like, oh, this probably has happened many times already with this technology. You know, using the best of the pigs, the prize pigs and their owners got access to these technologies a long time ago because they're so competitive. They developed them to try and get an edge on each other with their prize pig. Ooh, my pig's got to do this. Oh, my pigs can do this. Is this the Olympics? Oh, no, but that's next week. Okay, yeah. Anyways, we got to act this out. So, this is a big issue, and this is going to be discussed more. So basically, I want you to watch very carefully when movies come out, because they're basically doing that. They're basically going, this real event, but with this veneer on top, written by AI for the most part, and then we human are around. We have to human direct people on the set to say these things and mood this way. So the AI can't really do that all the way. They can't fully direct a movie, but they could in a way. But why would you? But it feels like that is kind of the conversation that is trying to be revealed, but it hasn't fully been picked up yet by the public, like fully taking a whole bite of that sandwich which got delivered. Like, it's probably the blue light draining everybody's adrenals. And we have to watch these things on screens. Most of these screens produce blue light. I watch stuff on a projector now. So you guys, and they're cheap now, cheap to get projectors. They're becoming very popular, especially since 2020 started. Something I noticed. Obviously, there's still the expensive ones, but there's like pocket size ones and stuff you can buy, portable ones that'll still do the trick if you aren't like ready to purchase a full blown projector, which is still not as much as a TV for the most part. But yeah, basically It's savage, but literally the last note on here, I can't even say because it's like offensive. But what I wrote down was basically stop taking the stupid pills. And that's kind of how you're going to protect yourself. Like, final note before I read the comments and of this workshop. Please stop taking the stupid pills. Please don't take the stupid pills anymore. Please stop. And I know there's other ways to take medicine. Some of it's up your butt and some of it's in your ears and all those ways. Please stop injecting that stuff into your body. Please, you know better. Please don't take those stupid pills anymore. Please try and use all natural remedies for everything. Organic, grown in your own house if you can do it. Everyone's getting little greenhouses and little grows in their own home now to like grow their own herbs. But basically, all you need is some castor oil and maybe some black seed oil and some sound bowls and cannabis oil and friends. And you can pretty much knock anything out with that vibrationally. Stop eating acidic things as well. That'll start you off real easy. So, super basic. Obviously, I'm not trying to offend you, but literally, if you know better and you're taking something you shouldn't be taking, please stop. Because you making yourself weaker makes us all weaker. It's a selfish and harmful act to hurt yourself, ironically. And that's the painfully ironic part, is that it is very detrimental to hurt yourself or not take care of yourself. That's the front lines accountability that you have as a being. If you're not doing that, you're not just hurting you. You may think it's just you and nobody else is affected, but you're hurting everybody else in that process. Meet an empath and ask them. They'll look at you and they'll feel pain probably because of what you've done to yourself. And they'll want to help. They'll want to help relieve you of your pain because it will relieve them of their pain and being in your presence. Your pain goes into your aura. It goes miles wide. People don't want to talk about that, but our auras can stretch miles. Your pain and suffering that you're invoking on yourself is hurting other people. And if you don't know that, then maybe this information will help you. And if you do know that and you're willing to do that more, then eventually there will come an end where that information and that energy will refract back to you and you're going to have to deal with it. So stop while you're ahead. Don't bother adding more. And if you don't do the effort as anybody, no matter how ahead on your path you are, if you don't keep moving along and making efforts to improve, again, you're hurting us. And if you think it won't affect us, it does. It's subtle, but it's grand at the same time. It's deep, it's profound. The beliefs and the thoughts you're having about yourself are being felt and ricocheting out to all of us. You cannot hide in your thoughts. Like we were talking about, telepathic, we're all doing it. You cannot hide in your thoughts anymore. You cannot hide being creepy anymore. We're becoming more and more attuned to watching each other and seeing if they're all right or reliable. But if you've decided you're just going to stop and take a break from any sort of improvements and just kind of wallow in where you're at, and you've maybe found yourself there for like a year, and guess what? You're probably feeling pretty stagnant, like pretty stinky, stagnant, unmoving water at this point. And you may notice that little improvements through life is actually what makes life worth living. And it keeps your aura strong and it keeps you protected from illness, from poor influences, unfortunate events. It helps a ton. Thoughts on cures? I can't even say that, but basically our bodies were created perfect and they should run perfectly without many additional ingredients, especially concentrated derived ingredients. We get our ingredients amongst a whole bunch of other amino acids and a whole bunch of other minerals and stuff through fruits and vegetables, like grapefruit, for example. There's all those other things in there along with that ingredient that are a part of that. And we're a part of the creation of that ingredient. So they all matter. So the whole food, whole thing of a grapefruit is probably better for you in the long haul. So all of these medicines that were derived from or pulled from nature and concentrated, just go back to where that thing in nature it came from. And you may get a fuller picture. Like I'm just picturing the willow bark or whatever, the aspen bark. I forget which one is penicillin, but like just chewing on the bark instead. I just want to say thank you to all the teachers in my life who have taught me all of these things I'm sharing with you and encouraged me to continue pursuing being a teacher, because if anything, teachers teach you that you're able to teach too. Because we've all seen teachers growing up and gone, that person's getting paid to teach me, I could do it better. Those teachers are everywhere. And I'm glad. And that happened to me a few times, more so in the beginning of the mission when I was still sussing out how to break into this community. But the teachers are, I'm so grateful, and I'm grateful to be a teacher now and forever be a student as well. So thankful for the teachers. And some of those teachers were pop stars. Some of those strong souls that taught me were pop stars. They were celebrities, and they have their place in history and their influence on us as children, even growing up, showing us moments of bravery, moments of perseverance. And some of them even escaped and got out and started doing good things with their time. And they've been a good example. But those people aren't put in the news after they do that usually, because that's the whole thing, is you don't go in the news unless you've taken the knee. And if you've somehow gotten the news and you haven't taken the knee yet, you end up there again, they're coming for you. So I'm just saying, like, they're going to try and convince you of that. Work for us. Sign this contract. You write them one. They would never sign it. Never. Did you sign one of my contracts? Oh. Okay. Never mind. Goodbye. Quercetin is derived from onions. Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure where that, I hadn't heard of that one. I can't even quite say it, but thank you. You're allergic to whole onions? Oh, very nice. My mother's also very allergic to onions. Okay. So yes, protection workshop. Are you protected? Obviously, you're protected. But you're protected because you're also alert and you're seeing ahead of the time. You're actually mastering your ability to travel through time to protect yourself in the past, present, and future. And I hope that this workshop gave you those tools to begin practicing that on your own. And obviously, you probably already knew about most of the stuff I said, but I'm glad that what I said in this package of information maybe bolstered this topic, gave you a fresh perspective about protection, and offered you some opportunities to engage even with controversial characters that you maybe aren't so sure about, but knowing you have the protection of the good news, or would say the news that love is real and that there is a loving spirit world in a way, certainly helps to ground that knowledge in and share. And if something unfortunate does happen to you, it's a lesson, it's a teacher. And you got to be thankful for the teachers that sucked, and you got to be thankful for the teachers that rocked, because you got something out of every one of them. Now, I personally pray now out loud. I wish to be gracefully taught these lessons in my life. I wish to gracefully move through this situation and learn as a way to like invoke my own path forward, if that helps as well. So there's also the more basic things, which I talked about in February, like basic tools of protection that people have been using. So one of them is bundles of sweetgrass and sage and cedar and Palo Santo as well. Then, of course, frankincense, myrrh, and gold, as well as silver and platinum, are also very helpful protection. I have a wooden crucifix now. Like I said, I'm not Catholic or anything, and I never really liked crucifixes, but that thing on my wall with its fresh, brand new energy, it just makes me think about Christ in a good way, and I feel protected. Some things that make you feel safe won't make sense to other people. And as long as it's not hurting anybody, but it works for you, there might be a reason for it. It's probably your ancestral lineage and so on that's helping you feel comfortable with certain tools over others. And again, as long as no one's hurting anyone, I wouldn't recommend judging anyone for what they use to feel safe, because that's just tearing apart at people for no reason and their aura. If they're comfortable and they're set up and they got something working for them, I wouldn't interrupt them. Let them. And if they need help, they'll ask. And if they see you succeeding where they're failing, they will ask you what you're doing, and be open to that, humble to that. So in case the opposite happens to you the next day. The world runs on contracts. That's funny. Yes. Thank you, Grass Dancer. Excellent protectors. I will not work with anyone in any capacity unless it's my terms. Excellent. And that's an entrepreneurial spirit. Very nice. Oh, this workshop was incredible. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. If you have any questions now, and your questions will matter because people are going to rewatch this, right? So your questions are going to matter to this package and this timeless workshop now. So please, if you have anything else, I'm going to scroll all the way back slowly here. See if I'm missing anything or any questions. Well, if there's any, please do come through. And I'm just scrolling past all your nice comments really quick just to get to the questions just in case. There's no stupid pills on Amazon, but I did find aspirin. Oh, you'd find so many more like it on Amazon. But getting those stupid pills, it seems to be pretty easy. But getting off them is the tricky part, and that's on purpose. And if you're planning on partying with your friends this summer for the eclipse, because there's a lot of festivals and so on going out, and sometimes people ingest substances that maybe they're not used to, and they enter layers of the spirit world and so on that are going to be packed. Those layers of the spirit world are going to be packed during the solar eclipse in April. There's a lunar eclipse in March. So from March to April, they're all going to come running in and getting ready for whatever the transcendental path of an eclipse can do for the spirit world, releasing trapped energies and so on. Just be careful with those substances, because some beings that are trapped don't feel comfortable going anywhere else except for into someone else's body or following them home in their aura. So make you unfollow homeable, and do not open up your aura or weaken your aura with substances during these extremely spirit world intensive moments. I just wouldn't recommend it unless you're feeling guided and trained, and obviously you're allowed to enjoy the fruits of the video game of Earth and take your risks. But I would say if you were wondering maybe it's a bad idea and you're hearing me, maybe it's a sign that's a validator, like, hey, maybe I'll take it easy. Maybe I'll just stay really strong during those days and not introduce anything or do anything to weaken myself. Just stay solid and watch in this swati, in this density, while spirit world's going. They're going to have their time. Oh, you watched the new Obama movie? Ooh. Dee, 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 dee. Yeah, maybe somebody will kick the plug out of the internet before things get super duper weird. And I'm assuming, I'll be honest with you, I think things got weird in the 90s. We're just like still catching up to what happened, and in a logical way on the front end now. The AIS. Do not use ChatGPT. Yes, don't let it learn your language. Do not let it learn your language. Do not let it access your creativity, because it will take it and reproduce it and such, thinking it's so smart. Okay, great. So here's a question. So I feel connection with the friends of the forest, but also with the predators. Excellent. That makes total sense, because we are human beings and we are technically born from omnivores. So we are both predator and prey in a way in the ecosystem. Now, obviously, we've moved away from being prey for most other animals, but people are not going to the national parks because people just keep going missing. Like, I know somebody gone, their kid gone. Psychics couldn't get a hold of the guy. Like, it was tough. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't developed enough back then to drive, but we were all like, oh, that kid's not where they think he is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's deep. Like, the predatory behavior has been ingrained into humans as well. And those who only go in that direction, they lose themselves. They lose their obviously the side of them that's relates to the friends of the forest. The predators and the strong ones, they also survive usually on their own, a lot of them, and they hunt and they do things on their own. And we admire them for that particular, like, power that they have all by themselves. But humans, they really don't operate by themselves. That's not really our style. And so we hunt in packs like the wolves do in a way, but I would say that the predators show you how strong you are and the kind of strong DNA that is a part of Gaia and our divine mother and our planet. And in a way, we also are their protectors. Like, we're still their protectors in so many ways. Like, we have so much capacity to look over these beings and look after them. Like, a hawk can break its wing and we will fix it and put it back. A shark will beach itself and we will take its fins and we will drag it back into the water. You know, a wolf pup will get abandoned. We will adopt it. Like, we are so much more than I think some of us realize to the whole Garden of Eden or whatever. My dog is very cat-like. That's funny. Wow. Wonderful comments and conversation with all of you today. And the chat room has been really great. People are going to love rereading and enjoying this. Those who couldn't make it today, but are part of the squad, they will feel your essence and not feel alone. They're going to enjoy this. When I was a kid, I saw dragons, unicorns, and all kinds of amazing interdimensional beings. Excellent. And they're finally all coming back now that you're deprogramming and clearing out your third eye. Fantastic. I just want to make sure I got through all the questions that have come up so far. You've been removing people. Anyone else from the Mintonka system, which is an Orion planet? And Orion is pretty much at the top part of our sky right now. If we look south from the north, we will see Orion, the moon, and Jupiter together. So they're all kind of hanging out together right now as well, the energies of those three for today. We can have a mat, just not a welcome mat. Yes, of course, exactly. It's it's tough because obviously we are friendly beings, but sometimes friendliness gets taken advantage of. And that's again with those celebrities who are trying to come through and be like, listen, there's predators out there and they do not care how nice you are. The nicer you are, the easier it is for them. So you don't have to get rid of the mat. If it says nothing or as some sort of design, like it doesn't have to say anything. I would say I have one that says be thankful. I got it around Thanksgiving. So if you got to wait, well, they'll release stuff like that around Thanksgiving. Bunch of stuff. Be grateful, be thankful. Those were good. Those were good manufactured products right there that I was like, okay, we can work with that. The fly, yeah. Mary, the mother of James, went to the tomb of Christ with Mary Magdalene. Oh, yeah, good old James. The brain is the real DeLorean. Exactly. Or your pineal gland. You're affiliated with God. Exactly. Claiming infinite protection. Excellent. Claimed. Literally a mask. Yes, that's true. Good job, Jeanette. That was very smart for our James Carey character. You should see the mask because that was very much disclosure as well. That's real. That stuff is very real. And that was real pretty much. And I like the movie, but I don't anymore because I was just like, oh, it's too much. It's extreme. Okay. Yes, we're going to do a training video on all these psychic and special skills and so on, and how to like kick them on or practice with them more. I don't mind doing that. This has been the theme the last few days. Very nice. Oh, British royals and their Catherine is ill. Oh, I didn't know about Catherine getting sick. I did know that Charles got cancer. Indeed, that karma and everything is clearing out. The sickness that they're pushing away is surfacing and needing to be dealt with now. Just like, well, the solar flares are working it out of all of us. Like, have you ever seen that way that they catch worms and they put this like device that's like a piece of wood that's serrated and they run a stick along it so it makes this like really rapid like sound kind of, and it's like an instrument, but it's like they move the stick along this piece of wood and play these ridges and they put it against the earth, and it's like it makes the worms come out. The vibration makes the worms come out of the ground. Have you ever seen that? It's like a basic way to like get the worms out. I don't know if that's real, but I've seen it, and I think it's how you can like get them out of your compost thing if you want to go fishing, like quick way to get the worms out so you can put some in a bucket and go fishing. That's kind of what the solar flares are doing. Is like they're playing that music and that repetitive energy, and the worms are just worming their way out of everybody. And some of those worms turn into tumors and things, and they need a little extra love to be dewormed. But hey, when everyone's dewormed and being operational, we at least can suss out who is who a lot better without the influences of these other things, making it hard to decide how severe someone's free will was doing something or not. Okay. I think I got through most of your questions. Post-game salt bath. Yeah, for real. Oh, wow. Actually had missed a lot. What the heck? Okay, here we go. Love you so much. Thank you for coming. Platinum. Yeah, charcoal. Have your charcoal before bed, please. Pull out all of your toxins when you're sleeping. Please like and share the video. Unexpected entry to the spirit world is what it's all about in a way. The 8th of April, bring on the horse tranquilizers. Exactly. That's the thing too, is like we think we're having fun, but there's major infiltration going on. And that's why I think the cocaine card came out, was kind of like, hey, you know, these substances were what they were, but they aren't what they were anymore. And this is, like I said, there's a desperation. There's a final battle happening for energy. So just play it safe. Just play it safe. I would say play it safe until after the peak of the solar cycle, which is July 2025. Just like play it safe, because people are going to get crazier and crazier, and desperate attempts to gain power is going to increase. So people are going to do more and more untrustworthy things, unfortunately. But I'm warning you. Basically, that's the trajectory I'm seeing things. And I assume, yeah, after solar cycle 25 like goes over its hump and we get that rest period, well, the sun's actually going to lower in intensity for about 5 or 6 years. By that time, we'll be so cleaned out. We'll have done so many great detox baths, and we've fasted, and it's going to be great. So clean after that, and just maintaining that cleanness so you don't get caught up on the next solar cycle. Because unlike some of you guys, I'm going to be kicking through a few solar cycles, so I got to keep up with it. And I am, not nervous, but I am interested about how that's going to go. The real substance is the friends you make along the way. Very nice. Good callback. Free from inner conflict, ego, and escapism. Excellent. So choose things that are free from inner conflict. Choose things that aren't about like coming from your ego or you trying to prove yourself to anybody. And if you're doing it to escape something uncomfortable or escape being your true self, don't do that either. It's not going to work out. So good advice. Thank you, Jace, for posting my website. Thank you all for going to my website if you're interested in a reading, ascensiondiaries.com. Easy peasy. About the person in the national park. Yes. Yeah, it sucks because those healthy looking, I don't want to say the word soldiers, but that is the word. If you're looking healthy and they need some people, the national park's where to go. Or if somebody's hungry and they're looking for people, that's where they're hunting, basically. Like, it's basically a free-for-all zone. And if you've got the instincts, you'll be all right. But it's the pure wilderness, like with monitors that keep everything hush hush as well, which I feel bad for them because some people don't realize, and then they see and experience horrific things in the national parks, terrifying stuff. Not all of them, but if you've ever worked in a national park, I'd be very interested to hear your most outrageous story, because I bet you it's crazier than anyone probably has ever heard. And that's a common thread I've noticed. Would also love a video on tuning our natural compasses so we can build our higher senses, feeling the magnetic poles I was talking about. Perfect. I can do that. How does one strengthen your brain? Excellent. So one friend of our brains is the mycelium network, I would say, and the multiple different breeds, I want to say, of mushrooms that have been actively studied, but people aren't putting the fruiting bodies in every one of those medicines. They're just putting like the stems and the mycelium. And then sometimes you need all of it. I'm pretty sure of all. You need the body, the mycelium. You need a bit of everything to kind of get the whole package there. But mushrooms have stepped in as a collective, I would say, to help regrow our brains and our nervous systems. And it's just, that's like as plain matter of fact as I can speak. This isn't floral language. It's true. And I'm not like, this isn't sometimes I feel like I say stuff and it's like, oh, how could you say that? I'm like, they're saying it everywhere. This is not just me. But I've engaged the Mushroom Collective, and it was basically that. Like, they keep telling me myelin sheath, your myelin sheath, which if you didn't learn about your neurons, the myelin sheath is basically what wraps around the arm of the neuron so that the transmissions can go smoothly and the energy isn't lost, those chemical transmissions and stuff between neurons. But the myelin sheath does get damaged, and the myelin sheaths need to grow back. And if you just tell your body, we're growing back the myelin sheaths every day and eating some good mushrooms for that, like all of them, pretty much all of them, just get a good mix of them all, because we need everything. Like, we need everything the earth is inside of us too, in a way, as above, so below. So I would say mushrooms are good for that. And also removing any sort of things that could consistently damage your brain, obviously. Preventative, remove stuff that damages you, and then add stuff that can rebuild. Bone broth is another thing coming to mind. Yes, you'll be able to see the Archer, Jupiter, the moon, the sky tonight if you have a clear sky. Thank you, little feather. The Kabbalah tree of life is also a representation of our chakra system. This is another mode and teaching that I wasn't formally given. I'm catching up. Like, I'm way behind on all that stuff. But it's embedded into our culture. So I have to understand it in a way if I'm going to understand our culture. But it's a literal representative of God, or the infinity, or the infinite, Ein Sof, which I haven't heard of. I haven't even heard that name. So it's good. I'll keep an eye out. All these terms and names, and I got to keep an eye out for them. So thank you for that addition. The far right star in Orion's belt is Mintanka. So those of you looking at Orion, your Mintankan brothers and sisters are looking up there too. And there's Betelgeuse, which is in the area too, which is recently supernovaed, and that's a part of our recent history. We've dealt with that in a way. Can you do a segment on vampires? LOL. I've been reflecting on vampires. Yes, protection from vampires as well as another thing. Like, literally, if you're feeling weak and you're doing weak stuff, like if somebody looked at you and your behaviors and they'd be like, oh, that's a loser, or like, what a weakling, you're going to have to take that on and be like, no, no, no. I cannot be viewed as a weakling by anybody. I need to be seen as an equal. Neutral equal is totally fine, but a weakling, no. So even if people are viewing you in your life like a weakling over and over, get rid of those people, because they're becoming your predator. They're not going to help you. They're just using you as a way to make themselves feel powerful. And that's what vampires do in a way too. My mom believes that the vampires are like a different race of human beings. They're a different race of beings, and they have their own inner turmoil, good and bad and so on. And so there may be many other kinds of races of beings like that will be more understood and recognized in the future. But that conversation is very important. And there's also parasites in the blood and so on that are considered vampires, or like leeches even. If you don't want to go into a leech-filled pond, astrally that happens as well. So you walk into a nightclub, it's a leech-filled pond. You don't realize. Okay. And they'll latch onto you. And you'll take them home if you don't know how to properly cleanse yourself. If you watch the solar rays, you can see water droplets or worms in the brain during solar rays. Interesting, Brianna. Escaping from the explosive light. We need to sue these vegetable oils and parasites in our body. I know, and isn't that funny? And the actual law system and suing and so on was created as a parasitic system in itself. Ironically, so engaging that system usually leaves you with less than more, almost like so many of the time, unless you are from that system and built it. So yeah, get rid of the vegetable oils in your diet as well. I still somehow, my body is asking for them once a month, and I'm realizing I'm getting tricked into eating them once a month, and it's hormonally like controlled now. I understand when it's a monthly thing, it's a hormonal thing. So I'm trying to catch myself, and I think I catch myself, and then I'll look at the ingredients and I'm like, "Oh, it was in there. I thought this one had none, like I thought this one was good." And I had specifically craved that item, I think, specifically for the vegetable oil. So I think there is, that's the parasite cleanse also, is like the things that are hurting you, you sometimes will crave. And that's why you have to keep doing the parasite cleanse, because eventually it'll stop. But yeah, stop eating things you know are bad for you. It doesn't help. Does anyone have experience with a Rife machine? Yes. Rife machines are frequency creation machines, and then you can schedule which frequency it's going to make, and then that frequency has a corresponding meridian or body part or mood or something. Can't wait to detox more get rid of those oils and more sugars. I mean, the cane sugar, the white sugar, the bleached processed sugar is just like, it's like cocaine. Like it's eating our brains. I feel bad because I've eaten it too. It's just like, oh, but you can't have it. More natural sugars like raw coconut sugar and stuff. Talking about what's being recommended even by mental health practitioners such as ketamine and so on. Listen, if you are keep trying to pull you down, if there's stuff that's trying to separate and numb you and pull you down, I would say don't go there. They're trying to basically weaken you. If someone's handing you something and it will weaken your spirit, that being handing that thing to you, either knowingly or unknowingly, is the hand of the darkness, like trying to pull you into its vibration. And this happened to me plenty of times to my face. And sometimes I've taken that thing being like, well, this thing is a neutral thing. Can't hurt us. And in a way, it was a neutral playing field that we were in, engaging this thing together, but it was still a battle. I was still weakened. So sometimes you might think you're stronger than you are. Play it safe. I'm telling you this from experience. Like, I'm not being like, oh, I'm scared of the world and I don't know. I'm just going to hopefully protect myself from all these things these celebrities are telling me about. It's like, no. I've already seen and witnessed and experienced so much of this stuff firsthand. Seen people try to pull my power to serve their purpose. Can you do more content on deworming and parasite cleanses? Yes. Yeah, so those two will go together. Cleansing and activating your powers. One moves the other. One needle moves the other needle, basically. Oh, the mushrooms don't want you to eat them. Yeah, that's a hard part. They are very alive. When I was a kid, they told me not to eat them either. It was just too alive. It was like writhing alive on my plate. I was like, how are people eating this? And then in your mouth, it like moves. You're just like, oh, it's alive. Not a fan of eating mushrooms. It's all mushroom supplements. They're basically dried and pulverized so you can get as much in a small dose as possible. But eating it naturally, growing it yourself naturally, again, you know where it's coming from. You know who's touched it. It's the pure form of medicine. Procure your own medicines if you can. Like, that's the goal here as well, because you can at least know that your frequency is going to be in that food you're eating. Yeah, it's like they don't want to be unconsciously eaten. They want to be eaten with purpose. That's kind of what I've understood. Beetlejuice, vampires. Is it not possible to buy real olive oil in the USA? They only sell extra virgin olive oil. It's hard to even get olive oil from Italy or anywhere they grow olives. California grown food, I don't really buy. California grown wine, olives, fruit, I don't want it as much. I'm always looking at the store at the organic wines and being like, is this from Italy or whatever? Like I'm trying to find stuff from not grown in this soil because I grew up on this soil and I've eaten food from soils in Europe, and the soil there has more food in it than our soil here. I ate food there and was like shocked that I could get any sort of nutritional value from a plate of pasta and olive oil. And I was like, wow, this is actually nutritious. Growing up, it was basically nothing. It's like eating sawdust. It gave us nothing. It was just like so boring. Like, so yeah, there is imported food here, thankfully, from grown at other places in other soils that we can access, but it's tricky. And they only have extra virgin, like no olive oil, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's only extra virgin. So to be careful even cooking with that. You know, it can't get too hot at some points. For hot stuff, I use tallow, bison tallow, and ghee, which is a specific way to prepare butter, which is in the Ayurvedic medicine or Indian food. It's ghee, Ghee, to replace all those oils. Because I grew up in canola oil land. Like where I grew up, they were growing the oil. They were growing canola fields everywhere. All I ever saw was canola fields. It feels like, or wheat, hay for the cows. It was like canola and hay and cows, and that's all I saw up there growing in the tundra, the plains. So I've had to work canola oil out of my system big time. Olive oil is great though. There's actually an app that we pay for that's called Seed Oil Scout. Seed Oil Scout. People are actively updating it. They're calling restaurants. I mean, like, do you cook with olive oil? Or like, I'm allergic to vegetable oils. What oils do you cook with? And then if it follows like normal, like, oh, we only use olive oil and we only use butter, or we only use ghee or coconut oil or something, great. They go on the Seed Oil Scout and everyone knows that that's a decently safe restaurant, or at least the notes like you can eat this, but you have to request this, or people are trying. The moment has started. I don't go out in public without at least 3 bubbles of protection around me. And that's a fun game people play. One thing they had me do was cover myself with mirrors, like literally turn into a liquid mirror. So I would just like reflect everything. That was cool. I tried to make the AI do that. It was like a woman made out of like a liquid mirror, and it just didn't understand what I was typing in. The Canva AI, which is the only one I've ever tried because I'm already paying for Canva, and it couldn't make it. So it probably a more advanced program would, but I'd have to buy one, which I'm not so sure I want to do. But as an artist, part of me is like, yeah, because there's some stuff I could never quite make digitally that the AI might be able to finally figure out to do instead of learning Photoshop, which is impossible for me. I just couldn't do it. So there's one use, but it's like, oh, one convenience for all of this enslavement. Is it worth it? No. So I don't want to go in that direction until I'm sure it's going to be all right, which I'm not yet. Terrence McKenna talking about the mushrooms. It's inspiring, really. He was inspiring speaker on the topic. A lot of the avocado oil in the US is actually vegetable oil. There's no regulation for avocado oil, and all the avocados are grown like California, Mexico as well. So good note. Thank you for that. What is a canola anyways? It's a yellow flower. Even the most popular Epic brand beef tallow was bought by General Mills recently, so their product changed. So it's honestly like much better if you can buy this stuff from like farmers markets and people who are making it themselves, even from their own livestock and so on. But I order bison tallow off of Amazon and like boxes of like 6. And so far that's been pretty good, pretty solid, pretty basic. And I love bison. Bison energy seems to be the medicine I really did need to rebuild my aura and my dignity and my DNA. I assume it has to do with my background, but it was interesting. And another food might be that for you. Some other type of fish or some other type of like animal maybe has those building blocks that you need specifically from your local, where you grew up and where you were born. I was born in the land of the bison. Unfortunately, they weren't there, but they were once, and they're coming back. Extra virgin is its purest form, yeah, but it's the most sensitive to heat in a way too. So it's trickier. California is a desert and they have imported water. Yeah, I mean, California is the biggest concern, really, of transformation. They have the Salton Sea. It's still there. It's just empty, and they're growing everything in that area. But the water table may change, and we saw all that rain, and it's been interesting. That sea is still there. It's just not full of water at this moment. Okay, last question. Any advice on what to do if I inhaled some mold spores? Oh my God, literally us yesterday. While cleaning my bathroom, discovering a colony of mold. I don't know if Jace made a comment underneath that. Let's see, did he respond to you? Oh yeah, drinking chlorine dioxide is a way, and doing your charcoal to help pull that out. There was also a formula that someone gave us when we lived in Sedona in basically a mold infested home. This chemical that is meant to kill mold, obviously, but it's hard on you too. Like you don't want to breathe this stuff in. It's deadly, pretty much. Like it's rough, and we have some of it still. And we sprayed it on a thing, and Jace immediately got like pain. He got a little too close to the sun on that one, but the effort to release the mold from our home is definitely an effort. So even if you find a little bit, just get on top of it as soon as possible and do what you can to kill it. I forget what the thing is called. So hopefully he's hearing me and he will say something. But if not, just look it up, because there's plenty of people writing articles about how to solve this problem online. Get rid of it. Your body is quick, though. It'll slough off all those dead cells and damaged cells and regrow new ones. Just don't let them regrow in the presence of the mold, and you'll be better off. Oh, yes. Canola oil was also known as rapeseed oil, literally, and they changed the name to canola oil. And it is a yellow flower, a yellow flowering kind of weed-like grass thing. And they just, I assume, like harvest it all and just squeeze all the oil out of the flowers. And the grass, I'm not sure how they harvest it. I wasn't a farming family. I just drove past the farms to the airport or to my grandparents' house. Oh, things are hanging out in your sinuses. Excellent. So yeah, there is the neti pots. We have a neti pot, and you can put that chlorine dioxide in that water, and you can neti pot yourself. I was thinking about doing it the other day to clean out my sinuses. Yep. Yeah, they put canola oil in a lot of stuff, even in our supplements as a carrier oil sometimes. It's in a lot more things than you realize. It's unnecessarily in a lot of things, I think, as well. Just like sugar. It's one of those. It's like the two of them are like besties, and they're in there. And you're like, whoa, whoa, excuse you. Been eating this for 20 years, and now I got to stop because I finally know better, and I'm going to have to recover from this and regrow a whole new body without all of this in the cells, these weaknesses. Antifungal medicine. Oh, tea tree oil. Excellent for that. Tea tree oil. That was the one thing that came up today. I'm glad someone mentioned that. It was meant to be in this workshop, tea tree oil. Shout out to tea tree oil. Okay. TPS is called, for mold removal. So check that out. TSP, sorry. TSP. He corrected that. TSP. Sorry, guys. So yeah, CDS and MMS is for us and internally. TSP is for like killing the demon of mold and like you can't even be around. It's just like a new, like don't get that near you. German New Medicine is also something I've heard about, but not yet engaged. So that's just an option offered here by Brianna. Yeah, TSP is strictly a cleaner. It's not for ingestion. It's totally different than anything that can help us. I think it's too harsh for our bodies. Aerobic oxygen. Yeah, we're oxidizing. The stuff you do take inside is meant to oxidize all the stuff that's stuck and finally move it along and let your body recognize it and pull it out all finally, instead of this like almost like a ghost-like state things can move around in based off of the charge that they have, which is interesting. No, yeah, exactly. You're supposed to wear a respirator when you're working with TSP and mold in general. Yes, but for your sinuses and stuff internally, a lot of people move to oxidizers. And that's been a really helpful technique for people to get to that baseline level. So if I've learned anything the last few months is that internally is where we got to start with our protection, and then it starts to emanate externally. But if you're feeling unconfident with the state of your body and what's going on percolating in there, it's time to get on that right now, because it's only going to increase in intensity as the solar cycle goes up. July 2025. So why not do it now? Like, you have friends, we are your friends here. We want to help. We all do live streams and let you ask questions whenever. Just get the information from whoever is talking about it. The free resources are available. The humans are helping the humans heal and thrive, as always, with our helpful hints and tricks about chemistry and about manipulating energy, I would say. Are people able to bend teaspoons with TSP? No, not like ESP, but that is funny. Antifungal is some garlic, ginger, thyme, cloves, basil as well. Helpful. A lot of us have fungus issues inside that we don't know about either, which is fed often by sugars. So even rub it on the areas. Like, I even had a fungal issue showing up in my scans behind my ears, and the sinus behind my ears. So tea tree oil and stuff like that, and those ingredients, like, more in my diet to help kill off this and remove all the stuff that could feed this. And I'll get reactions behind my ear, and this is newer stuff, like last couple of years. So I'm working on clearing something out that I've never tried before. So fungus is a new one for me, but I'm up for it. I want to learn. I'm going to learn everything I can about it while I remove it from my body, as a friend, as a teacher, with respect. All of these are teachers that I respect, or else they're going to make me respect them. Yeah, I'll give you my respect without needing you to enforce it a little bit on me. I will take the lesson with grace. You're having a great conversation in the chat right now. It's just popping. You guys are great. So yeah, putting it in your body overall, changing your acidity levels is the key. So oxidizers change your acidity levels quick. So do a few other things. But it also has to do with like the properties and the charges of the metals in your body too, and parasites in general, and the kind of protection layers that they build on themselves and burrow themselves into our bodies to try and survive. These types of materials and such, these oxidizers can pull all that stuff away. Please look it up. It's very fascinating science. Very simple, fascinating. It's just going straight up in popularity because of the relevancy of its need at the time. I am not an expert on this either, but I am experiencing it. And if you do want some more feedback on that, I would recommend going to Alexia's Ricky Leaks channel on Rumble. and Telegram and talk to her about it and engage with them. She has way more practice in this than I do. I can put her information. Her information is linked under my Harry Potter video that I just uploaded with her. All of her stuff and all the places you can follow her or get her help are there as well. So just go back to that Harry Potter 7, the last Harry Potter review we did, the last video I've uploaded, and that info will be all right there. Part of healing yourself is also the bother to look up and learn a lot of information. So you have to go through the effort to look up and educate yourself because it's all free will. You're going to have to apply these medicines to yourself through your own free will. You're going to have to convince yourself something is going to work. But eventually we find something that we convince ourselves is going to work, and it works and it resonates. So just hold out faith that you're seeking, and being open to the solution will allow it to fall into your lap. Excellent. Can we avoid bridges or implants or injured gums or missing teeth? Oh yeah, teeth and everything. Everyone's learning how to grow back their teeth and their bones and their gums and everything through all of since 2020, basically people are relearning how to grow back their whole bodies. They're relearning actual helpful medicine. It's incredible. Like I watched the phase early, everybody going into vegetarian and veganism and detoxing, and that was all happening after 2012 very heavily. I would say that's kind of when things kind of kicked on for that, in my opinion, culturally pretty hard. And we hadn't even started yet at that point. Like it had just begun, and now it's like chemical, and now it's scientific, and it's the charges and the molecular, and it's awesome. We are advancing and understanding rapidly. And yes, your teeth can grow back. Missing teeth, I've heard that as well. I literally have heard that you can grow back your missing teeth. And the thing is, it's a lot about mentality. Like you have to literally believe that you're capable of doing this. First off, imagine you are in a video game. Imagine you just forgot the point where you put on the goggles or the nodes to your temples, and you forgot that you're holding a remote control and you're making this body move around and do whatever you want. You know, if you are in a video game right now in this body, what would you do differently? What would you do differently? How would you approach taking care of your character? How would you approach getting loot and making friends? How would you approach your savings? Like all of these things. It may change your mindset. I believe it's a lost art to speak to your body and will your healing. Learn to speak to your cells. Exactly. Excellent chats, everybody. We've done a great job. Was a very, very powerful workshop. We've been here hanging out and working on this for 4.5 hours. So just thank you so much for your perseverance and for your participation in this. I really hope that this particular package and this video is of great service to our brothers and sisters. And we're going to take this momentum. Obviously, we're going to keep working on protection for the rest of February, even though it's a short month. It is a leap year, though, so it's going to be slightly longer. But then we're going to have to take on the next theme in March, which it might be cleanse. I believe that was the next theme. So we're all going in the right direction. So we're just getting a head start now. Start your cleanses if you haven't yet. You just have to start something, and you have to try. 1 little inch of effort is all it takes. All it takes. You just got to push one domino down. The rest of it will do its job, literally. You have to put the initial push in there and then watch it fall into place. It's already set up for you. Your success is already guaranteed because you love yourself and you invested in yourself, and your future self is coming back to now, filling you with light, being like, you're going to heal, you're going to cleanse, you're going to live a wonderful, joyful life, because in the future we want an even better life, and we're coming back to be like, ooh, infuse that now so we can make even better choices and elevate our future even farther, right? Exactly. So when it comes to sexual energies, obviously, we are here to protect and serve our sexual purity, I would say, or our sexual core, which is our true and neutral furnace of life. When you're a kid, you don't think about anything else. It just doesn't occur to you. This furnace is there, but it doesn't occur to you that it doesn't really guide or lead much. It's just this life force that makes them excited, curious, and attentive to the world. It's just this raw energy. To define even this energy can take away its power sometimes. To define it as sexual can take away its power sometimes. It cannot define it properly. But in a way, we are here to protect that undefinable life force and the fire and flame within our inner child, our children around us, our families, our communities, our leaders. And so, again, if you're noticing that somebody is not respecting their own sexual energies, and you would say, oh, their inner child, their inner child wouldn't want to see this. See that as somebody who is not in their state of protection. They are not understanding protection very well. They are, in a way, waving around the fact that they have a wide open and gushing part of their aura that is needing some type of direction. And somebody will eventually take them on and force them to do something. So just know that and protect that personality, that spirit. When this flesh goes away, a copy of you, but in spirit form, is there. So don't worry. I would say just be yourself. You'll be protected. And if the sexual energies is getting weird or out of whack, recenter yourself, reground, talk to Gaia, restart the next day, go to sleep and wake up the next day and try again. I would say that would help a lot. So onward we go. I love you all very, very much. This is my love letter. These workshops are my love language. And I'm glad that I can be me. I'm glad there's space for me at this table. You go ahead and have a 4.5 hour video as well. Thankfully, at this table, we understand. But I'll watch it. I'll watch it too. We love these long videos. We're moving into Pisces season. So yeah, we're about to get more sensitive, more psychic, cleanse. And that will make sense. And don't take any weird offers like, ooh, that person's popular or famous. Maybe I should go to that party with them. Okay. Just saying. This is another move of protection if you ever need to. Lexi was teaching us this. No. Even a celebrity in the spiritual community, worse of the worst sometimes. Like, oh my God, the battle I had literally with devil in the flesh, I felt like was in that scenario last year. And I was just like, it was like Jesus facing the devil in the desert after 40 days. It was just like, I'm shocked. Like, this is really happening. And don't want to have that engagement again this year. I'm really hoping that I learn that lesson. I'm going to not do that anymore. Not going to have those eye-to-eye meetings where it makes my whole body crawl and I feel like I'm being watched for 2 months afterwards. Like, don't want to go there. So I've learned plenty of lessons and I'm glad to share that information and laugh about the moments where I felt very compromised, I would say, for my level of standards, and teach from those places, basically. So go ahead and watch The Chosen and keep up with me. And I will see you on the next workshop. Those of you who haven't yet, click the link below this video. Join my Patreon. You can join for free, or you can join officially as a guardian, which is a $40 a month option. And this will make you an official member of the Guardian Trainings. Official, I would say, proprietor of it. You're a sponsor of these trainings when you do that. And it allows me to share it with more people. So thank you. Thanks for the love. I'd appreciate it if you haven't gone over to the Patreon yet and showing me the love over there, because I do have people watching being like, Alexis, you're not making enough money. And I'm like, whoa, 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 you don't get it. You don't get it. And I'm like, maybe I do need to ask for a little more help because I'm getting a lot of pressure. But I do. And I'm like, oh, don't worry about it because I'll snap my fingers. And if you, whatever you need, all I have to do is ask. You know, I have an audience of people I trust. And if I need something, I can ask them. So in a way, I'm wealthy with potential. And that is greater than the monetary gain that I gain from all this. The gain is biggest from the connections from people. And if I truly needed something, I know that I could ask and one of y'all would help or have something at least to push me along that path. The odds are so high. I feel very deeply wealthy with connections with good-minded, smart people who are in their own authority and have their accountability. They have accountability for themselves. That's good. And that should encourage you as well, making your content. Yeah, maybe people won't be doling out the cash at you, but hey, you can say something and they will be able to help because maybe people don't have money, but they have connections. They have land, they have cars, they have equipment, they have all kinds of stuff that they aren't using. The economy of us and our unused stuff is like something I think about all the time. And I think that's, you know, social media try to make that economy easier for us, but I think it's going to be a major part of what we're growing into with all this Aquarian energy. It's just this economy of us and all of our stuff and it being more transparently shared. Therefore, there doesn't have to be any scammers because those people are also getting the help that they need. They don't have to lie and cheat their way into getting what they need. And we got to get rid of all those liars and cheaters to get what they need because they're messing up the economy majorly and also how people choose to spend money. It's like really poison the minds of our human exchange system, the cheaters and liars. It's crazy. So I can't wait to see that cleaned up. The vibration of Earth go up, the generosity and the heart chakra connection of our Earth go up. And that will happen when your guts and your lower chakras are healthy, secure, protected, solid, and ready to mature and ready to evolve into living a heart-guided, heart-led life. And if you watch The Chosen, it gives you an example of how people did that. They just kind of walked around and served wherever they showed up and did whatever seemed appropriate in the moment to be of service. So I'm excited for more of that. And thank you for all your stories about that too. Love, love, love you all long time. And we are the home world and we are the homies. And we can utilize all the tools without idolizing any of them, if that helps. I have a whole other page this long of stuff that I have to talk about in the next big download video that isn't themed of additional things that happened. So that video is coming soon. Love you guys. I'll see you on the next one. Thanks for your feedback. Okay, bye.